All right, all right. Let's get it going, shall we? So I'm definitely gonna go ahead and do this one. Definitely gonna go ahead and do this one. Let me turn up the music. I'm gonna knock this one out. I might do it for an hour, $1 and some change, probably like $1.50. So that's an hour and 50 minutes. But we're going to definitely. I definitely want the accountability. If you're in here, like the video, share the video, get it out. I probably know they already covertly um, went under and probably try to keep me from showcasing this, but I'm going to share it. And I would ask anybody else to share it on your feed if you're a content creator. Um, keep the same energy. All right, so what's going on, Sexy Red? What's going on, everyone? I know I am right now being probably shadowed, shadow banned, whatever. But we definitely need to have that of a conversation about how a lot of people are going around placing the hate, the malice, their blind fury on people. And I know I frequent around certain spaces, um, and I want to hold these people accountable. Share it, share it, share it. Those who are on my panel for this one, you definitely, if you are on my panel and I give you permission, you can share it. If you're not on my panel and you share it without my permission or without my people's permission, which is technically us, um, I'm going to flag you. So make sure you get my permission before you think of it. Don't just say, "Hey, BNT, I'm in your chat. I'm gonna restream your video." I'm gonna be like, "Okay, I'm going to restream the flag out of you if you do it without my without me knowing." We're gonna do things by the book around here. Um, so let's get at it. The man of spirit Lynch mob and lower thinking Negroes. Oh, Pnb Rock's family an apology. I want y'all to understand that. And when I put that title the way it was, because there was a lot of men and some women in the space that were blaming that of the black woman, namely his baby mother. Um, what's up, Natalie? They were blaming the black woman that it was her fault why a lot of black men get killed. They were saying, and I want to make sure I get this because I was hearing this when I was on GMT's panel. I heard this when I was on DJ Kuda's panel. I heard this. I heard a lot of black male panels. I heard a lot of black male panels, and some female, as Woman Spirit would want to say, I'm just quote, battle axes, say that. What's up, Nata Jean? What's up, Queen of the South? A lot of men were going around saying that it was the black woman's fault why Pnb Rock is dead. That this woman, his baby mother, set up her baby father to die. That you can't trust black women. That they have that this woman set her up. You already know you had rappers coming at her. You had content creators talking about her, thrashing her. You had a lot of male agenda spaces that were talking about her. Yeah, I want any man. Listen, y'all make sure if y'all got the smoke, you're gonna mention my name. Make sure you bring your punk asses on my platform. And me, you can have the discussion. Because I'm going to look at a lot of the evidence that's brought here, that was brought forth. And I also want to give a shout out to Gossip Girl. I'm going to give a shout out to those law enforcement that got all the evidence and everything. See, I don't like doing nigga news. Nigga news is very skewed, very biased, because when you listen to that of people who are blinded and have certain issues of trauma bond that they got going on, they don't actually do the proper research. And they swear that they know what the fuck is going on, what's going on overall media. So a lot of people thrash the shit out of this black woman, the mother of his child, for their skewed agenda to say you can't trust women. No, I believe that. I don't think we could trust some of y'all. I'm gonna tell you right now. I believe a lot of y'all have an ulterior motive of an agenda of hate and vitriol against that of black families, black women, right? That is just a blind, skewed narrative that you can't trust this woman. But then I'm gonna say, well, what is it about you black men that we can trust? But I'm gonna be honest, you got a better chance. A black man has a better chance of another black man killing him. Let's talk about that. And we're going to look at this information. Trust. Also, we're going to also look at that of the information that we have a lot of men taking that of younger men, skewing their judgment and their mindset. Let me read this. Let me read it. Jay Prince said the people blaming her were as wrong as two less shoes. He gave a statement after the first half. Thank you, Queen of the South. Because I'm listening to a lot of these dudes saying, where are the men at? Where's the fathers? Where are the men to lead these young boys to help them with masculinity? And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of these young boys are being led by these older men into doing fuck shit on the communities that they live in. Why don't nobody ever talk about the older men that be telling these young boys to sell dope, drugs, be hypersexual, to be violent? You know, the OGs and shit. The guys who are giving y'all strategy and game. Why don't nobody ever talk about these men that are leading and backpacking these young boys, these young men, these men that are that don't have enough cognitive skill? See, y'all see mama's doing it. See, we're gonna hold some accountability today. Y'all not getting out of this shit. And I understand if you don't want to fuck with me, please take your punk asses to the pandering panels. Go over there, suck each other off, go jerk off, dance in y'all circles, and bitch and moan about women that y'all know that either y'all fucked up, try to fuck, or have a relationship right now, but you got to tell your pandering panels that, hey, it's this motherfucker's fault. We're going to definitely do this. Y'all not told y'all. I told y'all it's the one, it be the one closer to you that would set this shit up. Oh, yes, overall. Old heads make fun of you and even try to put a prostitute on you when you're 16. Ooh, boy. I know a lot of older dudes that had done some fucked up shit to some young brothers. And then DMX said he had an old head trying to sell him dope. And don't give me that shit. Well, the educated brothers don't do that. Yes, they do also. It don't matter whether you got education or not. There are a lot of older men fucking up that of the mindsets of young men, just like how y'all say these women are doing it. So you right. Be prepared to swallow this bullshit that was thrown out into the universe. You threw it out there. Now you're going to take this one. Y'all was so quick to spew the narrative on their family. See, that's how you got it. That's why I said this space is anti-family agenda. A lot of these panels are anti-family. You got to just wait till they wait for the proper opportunity for them to say, I told you so. They're anti-establishment. I just wait. I just say, okay, cool. Granted, I do the job. I know the work, but you got to wait. So we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and look at the news article. We're going to also play that is the information from one of my favorite gossip channels that actually also covered it, and they shortened it up with a nice message. And then we can also look at the news. Anyway, you look at it, motherfuckers are gonna get this work. Like I don't care. And then if you want to come up on a panel, you best believe, there's gonna be heads rolling. A lot of you manosphere channels that talk shit about his family, I challenge y'all to go apologize, to make apology videos saying, hey, you guys, we were out of pocket. All y'all that was so quick to jump on this black woman and talk about her and her child, saying that she set up her baby father, y'all need to go make an apology video. Y'all were out of pocket. Come on. I don't see those apology videos. Y'all still talking about Civil War and passport. Before you get on your plane, go apologize to this family. What's up, Skizzy? If you're wrong, you're wrong. Be a man and admit that you was wrong. You blamed somebody off of a skewed judgment because you have some vitriol, whatever you got going on in your life with your mama, your baby mama, your auntie, or whatever fucking woman you got going on. And see, this is why a lot of you young brothers, y'all got to be careful. Y'all got to be careful of the people that are giving you their narratives of interaction dealing with women. See, I know that they're going to say as a single mother raised this man to do what he did to Pnb Rock. No matter what, they're going to find some way to get it back to the women, that it was a woman that did it. It's an amazing deflection shit. It's going to say, well, it's the reason of the community or community, whatever fuck shit they got to say. That's why I say, man, I don't take motherfuckers serious. I'm very well centered, balanced in my own circumference of the universe that I built. So all you dudes got on panels, you cowards, make sure you own that shit. Own that. Own that mark that you literally spoke so much venom on a family, on a woman about her and her relationship with her man. As much as I say y'all want a loyal woman, y'all failed the test. It's cool. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I get because let me go ahead and grab this stuff. Guy who shot Pnb Rock was already at Roscoe's. Mm. What's going on, Iman Perry? They are looking for a reason to hate women and children, especially when we are black. I really believe some of these people are worse than white supremacists. I'm gonna tell you right now, some of these people are worse than people who cry about racism. I'm gonna be honest. Some of these people are worse than people who cry about racism. Why worry about the enemy on the outside when that enemy is on the inside that talk this good shit? But don't worry. I'm very fair. MT look for any other reason to talk bad about the black man. Well, shit, y'all look for any reason to talk bad about the family. You go ahead and grab it. All right, y'all. Come on in. Like the video, share the video. You already know how I do things. Like the video, share the video. If you got your discourse or what you believe, you know people that watching in the clouds. I know the men are going to come unless it's child support or some shit about an agenda towards that of women, children, or black people. So we already understand certain people will not be showing up, which is fine by me. But I'm also going to start making it where if you don't come from when I'm doing conversation like this, please understand that it's a fee. Don't ask to come up when y'all want to talk about just a specific thing. I'm gonna be like, nah, you're gonna have to wait 2 of those episodes. If I'm talking about this shit, please stay out of the other shit. Then I think that's probably for the best. So let's get to it. Let's go ahead and get to it. Y'all see that right there? Is that a woman? Is that a woman? No, I like saying that it's always an old dude. Y'all like to say that it's usually an older, and I mean a young dude. Oh no, excuse me. Let me clarify. We have a lot of people in this space saying it's the young niggas killing each other. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Let's look at it. That's the man. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all got problems. The Los Angeles Police Department on Wednesday released a name and photo of a man suspected of brutally killing a rapper Pnb Rock at 30 in broad daylight while he was dining with his girlfriend at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffle. LAPD investigators named Freddie Lee Trone as one of the suspects in the deadly shooting. They believe he is one of the people who approached the rapper, demanded his jewelry, and proceeded to shoot him several times in front of his rapper's girlfriend, along with terrified patrons and state. The department also confirmed a 17-year-old was arrested in the killing and did not disclose any detail. Law enforcement source told Fox 11. Okay? So let's go ahead and play this. Let me see if I can play it. So why they doing that? That's the dude. So this man took a 17-year-old out there to go do some fuck shit. Great job, buddy.
Tonight, police are still searching for the shooter who killed rapper Pnb Rock as tributes pour in for the Germantown native. Shawnette, he had a real impact here. It's clear to see.
He did, Jason, and City Council will introduce a resolution this coming Thursday honoring the life and legacy of Pnb Rock. Sadly, his life was taken by the very thing that he made music against at the start of his career. A rock star-like performance by Philly's own Pnb Rock. This video from his YouTube page of a show he did at the Fillmore last January. Tonight, the Fillmore is one of several entertainment venues with the marquee tribute to the rap artist.
And he just dropped the record. He actually just released a record a week or two ago.
DJ RL of Power 99 Radio says Pnb Rock was special and rose to fame in Philly from a different kind of record than other local artists who have gone viral.
The first record was My City Needs Something, and it was a record basically based around the violence, like stopping the violence and stuff like that. And, you know, usually DJs stay away from records like that.
But DJ RL says even though it wasn't a typical club song, he got behind it immediately because of the message.
I put it on the radio, you know, I put everybody else up on it, all the DJs that I know. Before you know it, the whole radio station, Power 99, they're playing it. All the other radio stations are playing it. People playing in the clubs.
Councilman Kenyatta Johnson posted this picture with the artist during a Stop the Violence assembly at Auden Reed High School in 2017, where Rock was the performer.
Conducted himself in a respectful way, just stuck out, but also he used his platform to reach out to the youth. I looked at him as the voice of the youth.
Meanwhile, DJ RL his show with a tribute.
You're going to hear Pnb Rock playing for me, you know, until the end, until I'm off the radio. You know, he was really one of the Philly legends.
And DJ RL says he expected that Pnb Rock would go on to get into pop music, possibly working with major artists like Dua Lipa and Drake, even playing major music festivals. Again, instead, his life sadly cut short at just 30 years old, Shiva.
All right. So that's a lot, but we're gonna cover it all. So I got to hear, and it's funny when we're talking about that of the narrative of that on the woman, the chat starts filling up. When it's a gender bias discussion, chat fills up. When it starts talking about accountability, black men being accountable, views down. But I expect that. This is an unaccountable motherfucking space. That's why I don't believe motherfuckers when they be coming around talking about accountability and giving them rah-rah speeches and shit. But I be like, who y'all playing with? You want to hold the woman accountable? Fair enough. But make sure when it's time for you to handle that accountability, This is a father that told his 17-year-old son to go rob and shoot a 30-year-old man. A 30-year-old man, that's not even old. No, the views are passed down. No, the views are passed down. They're non-existent. What's going on, Joe W? That's what I'm saying. Like, when I'm hearing this talk about y'all want to keep that accountability thing, you can't ask women to be accountable if the men can't be accountable. What's up, Joe? And this is something I'm seeing full time. I'm watching this. We got them panels. Reg's the bad guy. Nothing against Reg, but I know that they got a lot of dudes on there that bitch and complain about the vitriol of women. That's their main staple and stick. You got the obsidian panels. You got whatever certain gender of manosphere panels. I know they all ain't alike, but they're going to complain about that. It's the black woman's fault for this. See, you gotta sometimes you gotta just let these things play out. I do, and see, the thing about it is they don't want to keep that same energy. They don't. So it's fair to say the men in these spaces do not want accountability. They want hypersexuality. They want gender blaming talking points. And they don't want that of accountability for those of their actions. They want to hear about the mama, hypersexual young girls, fucked up boys that they'll call them pookies, and victimized young black boys and shit. Like, I at some point, man, like, I get tired of all the fuck shit, man. Like, that's why I said, like, I don't know these niggas. I don't know them. You say you know BMT, but I'm gonna be honest, y'all don't know BMT because your talking points are that of irregular. And see, when we actually have these kind of conversations, oh no, he's not gonna show up. He's not gonna. I know Conservative got a lot of smoke for black women, but he ain't saying shit about this one. You got a point right there, Natagene. Conservative, any of y'all men that are on the right leaning that always were talking about give the boy back to the father, I need y'all to step forward. Give the boys to the men. Y'all got to step forward on this one. Hold that same energy for these boys that be going listening to their OGs, their mentors, that listen to their content creators. Hold that same energy for them. I know y'all gonna say, BMT, you're emotional. Well, shit. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just asking the question. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck these motherfuckers at now. Y'all be so willing to get on panels and do 6-hour streams on this shit. Now all of a sudden, the shit starts coming out. Y'all get quiet. Let me wait some. Maybe they're lost. Maybe they're lost. Maybe they're lost. You know, motherfuckers get lost. It happens. You know, the women, they get, people get lost. I know y'all like going on female panels so y'all can talk with the women about holding them accountable. You know, it's the reason why the shit's burning down. I need to know when the fuck y'all motherfuckers gonna show up. I need those conversations now. Come on now. But any other time y'all doing 6 and 7 hour streams complaining about that black bitch. Now all of a sudden the shit comes out, y'all quiet. Y'all waiting for y'all red pill content? Well, here's the red pill content. You motherfuckers don't want to hold these motherfuckers accountable. Y'all not going to even step to these niggas. That's what I'm saying, man. Please. Y'all said don't trust a black bitch. Now we got the 30-year-old dude who's dead that was killed by the older dude. Now y'all got to look at this and ask the question. Is it the older dudes telling the younger dudes to go on this path of chaotic shit? Because see, now I got to give it to the police. The police don't mind throwing out your laundry to, hey, y'all know y'all got that smoke on that woman, but where's that smoke for that man that also fucked up that woman and that child? You would have to ask the question. Because there's always this narrative that a lot of these women don't know who the father is. That's not true. Actually, a lot of these men know. A lot of these men know who their kids are. Question is, do they want to claim this motherfucking goddamn situation right here? Now let me go ahead and fair use. Shout out to Gossip Girl. We're gonna play the video and let's get it out the way.
Freddie Lethal, they have identified. There he is. Get him. There he is, y'all. Do you know who this is? This is Freddie. Freddie Lethal. They have identified him. He was the one that took Pnb Rock out. Yes, Pnb was up in LA at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, eating his food with his girlfriend. His girlfriend gonna post him at Chicken and Waffles. And they said that that's when Freddie Lee came in and took him out of here, made him see the Heavenly Father. Yes, that is him. They have not caught him yet. They said that he is armed and dangerous. So be on the lookout for him. A lot of people are surprised. They said, well, man, I thought he was going to be a young buck. Nah, he's an older buck, okay? They all getting it from all ages. And it's just so sad, y'all. Oh my God, y'all not gonna believe this. I got some new news coming out. Okay, they updated the case. Okay, Freddie Lee, he was the driver. Okay, Freddie Lee is the driver and he's the father. Now, guess who took out the rapper man? His 17-year-old son took out the rapper dude. Yes, yes, yes. And they want to let you guys know that Freddie Lee, which was the driver, and his 17-year-old son, they were already in the parking lot at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles when the rapper came in. Pnb Rock, when he came in, they were already there in the parking lot. Okay, so they was scoping him out. They assessed him when he got in there. When he got in there, that's when the 17-year-old came out and took him to see his Heavenly Father, and he took his jewelry. Then they said that the father burned the vehicle they got away with. So they took that vehicle and they burnt it, honey, okay? Now they're saying the father is still out here. They're still looking for him. He's armed and dangerous. But the 17-year-old son, which is the one that took the rapper man to see his Heavenly Father, he has been arrested. So the man that did the taking out, he arrested. But now the father, the drive away father, they looking for him, and there has been a duo, son and father stunt. Comment, let us know what y'all think about this. I just have to give y'all an update real quick. It's so sad that all these black men is taking out each other. They all taking out each other, and I'm sick and I'm tired of it.
It's not what's going on, y'all. So first off, this is not a protection topic, but this is an accountability. I think there's a difference. If you're going to say something and you falsely accuse of something, and then you find out that it was actually false information put out, then you should hold that person accountable. Now, we had a lot of people going around making out false accusations about his family. Here you have it, where I've heard people say, hey, the 9 to 5 man never gets a shot. The man hired you as a driver. You had a job. And instead of you doing just your job, you were so jealous of another man, you told your 17-year-old son, you got him and yourself to go set up another man who has a family to go kill him. It's not even about hip hop. This is about that of accountability. So you had a father and a son. A father told his son that we're going to go rob and kill this man while he's out with his woman. I want to know people that were like they kill women. That's what kind of all the things that make comments about that black called by black man gets majority of black men get set up. Majority of black men get set up. All right, how about now? Are we good? Let's go. I already did the mic. Yeah. I gotta go get a whole nother mic audio. There was a big stuff happening. I gotta go get a whole new mic audio. We moved and shit. Thank you. But I want to know: are the men going to be accountable, just like the women have to be accountable? Are they going to own this one? I can drop the link in the chat. I listen to a lot of these dudes, and a lot of these women. Kodak Black saying that somebody should kill Pnb Rock's baby mama. Nicki Minaj saying that's a dumb bitch. Funny enough, but that dumb bitch like her married a whole pedo. Why y'all acting funny now? Now y'all acting brand new about, well, it's funny to rag on his family, his woman. Now when it's time to be here to own this, that you got older men that are telling some of these younger men to do this fuck shit. Y'all get quiet. Give the boys back to the men. Okay then. But a lot of these gangbanging situations. But see, here's the thing about it, Doug. BNT, you know they have a fallback blend. Those are Pookies. I know. It's a hot potato thing with them. They don't talk about the men that be doing the scams. They don't talk about the men that be telling other men on how to run game. Why y'all playing games, man? I got seasonal receipts of men showing other men how to do shit. So I want to know, because now it's quiet now. I'm doing the show, baby. Now it's quiet now. This is very, very weak. Like I said, you got content creators spewing certain narratives of their agenda about their skewed judgment of society on a younger, impressionable other black men. Got it on the women's side, got it on the men's side. What up, Keep It Techie? I watch y'all as y'all quote Obsidian. Watch it as y'all quote Kevin Samuels, Tariq Nasheed. I watch it as y'all quote all kind of different men. Now all of a sudden, motherfuckers are stupid now. Y'all motherfuckers play games. Now y'all get dumb. See, this is how I know. Well, it was a Pookie. But then when the fucking goddamn lame get called, you're right. You should be called a fucking lame. Because a real man doesn't mind owning the owners. Oh, yo, I fucked up. Just like I can get on them fucking women and I can go in on those women, you damn right I'm going to go on the fucking men too. Because I'm a fucking man. I'm going to call that shit. If I fucked up, then it is what it is. I need to own that shit. I apologize to my own panel. But guess what? When all of a sudden, when it's the men, content creators, being said, hey, bro, you fucked up. You made a false call. You made a false claim on that of his family. Are you going to own this shit? Now it's weak. Now it's beta. A beta trying to call that of a situation because most gangs, most affiliated programs and shit are run that by that of a fucking goddamn man. I'm going to be honest. I don't know no females running the Bloods. I don't know that many chapters of the NAACP or churches run that of a woman. The majority of churches are run that by a man. Majority of that of the laws and that of the holdings of society are run that by a man. So we got to understand, and I'm looking at that of let's make sure I grab this picture. I'm gonna make sure I grab the picture. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I get it right because I don't want to be wrong on what I'm telling you. Hang on, let me make sure. Okay, shout out to everyone coming in the chat. What's going on, Cool Kamasi? What's going on, everybody? So this dude, Freddie Lee Throne, this older man told his 17-year-old son that we're going to go rob, shoot another man mind you, he told his son, 17-year-old son who didn't even live life. So he ruined 3 men. His life, Pnb Rock's life, and his son's life. This was the father telling his son to go shoot another father. Why don't y'all men now want to talk about this shit? Why you quiet? Hold on. I like that. The reason why I say this is weak is because when it comes to accountability, men cannot escape. What are you talking about? They get men escape all the time. They get men that be doing robberies. Well, he was a troubled man. He was bothered. He had a fucked up past. Like he was bullied when he was young. He got abused on. Like he doesn't have a proper education. Like little Tommy, didn't get enough fucking hugs. Like he was raised by a single mother. I've heard all the fucking excuses since I've been in this space. But if it was a female accountability, people get in their feelings. You can't play me. I've heard nothing but goddamn excuses. This is the best. The reason why the men are doing what they're doing is because they've been sexually starved. Wait, that's an escape. So wait, the reason why you have certain vitriol is you're being sexually starved. The reason why the men are doing what they're doing is they're on child support. Like, what are you doing? What are y'all telling me? Y'all said, give the child to the man. If the black boy got a mentor, he'll be more productive. Okay. Your statistics, right? You gotta, okay, so we'll go with statistics. Go to statistics. Okay, we'll grab your statistics, right? Or maybe this is just black community shit. Now, we're looking at this shit because, again, we've been in this space. When we ask certain men, yo, so you did certain shit in your life, why did you take the latter path? It was because I didn't have a father. No, you made that choice. Wait. You're saying because you didn't have a father, that's why you did what you did. Oh, excuse me. You're right. You're right. Sorry about that, Doug. They don't do mentors because the stepdaddy is the cleanup man. I remember that was said in this space. Why would a black man want to be a stepfather? That's a cleanup man to the black woman. Excuse me. My bad. So y'all said fuck the mentors. Cool. But then I hear all these content creators, they all want to be mentors and do classes and get paid cash app for their fucking mentorship. Yeah, we're teaching black men how to be better black men. So you shit on the stepdaddy project, but then all of a sudden you're the new mentor coach. It's the woman's fault why you're fucked up. Cool. I got that. I'm hearing y'all. You understand? Listen, man. Y'all do understand. It takes two to tangle for the majority of the show. No. Listen to what I said. And I hear you, Dave. I want motherfuckers that were running that same fucking energy on Pnb Rock's child's mother, his fiance. Run that apology, niggas. Run that same fucking apology. Keep that same energy. Same energy you said that woman should be dead, shot, gagged. Now y'all quiet about this guy, Freddie Throne. Now I want to know, where's those men that had smoke on the woman have that same smoke on the men? Don't ask white daddy to have the smoke. I want y'all, man of spirit men, that had the smoke for the woman, have the smoke for the man too. That's all I'm asking for. I need to see them 20 videos. Y'all did 20 videos on the bitch, videos on the fucking goddamn Freddie Thorne. Let's see the fucking video start pulling out. Let's see the apology. Hey, you know what? We fucked up. Kodak Black owes this woman an apology. A lot of them lower thinking dumbass motherfuckers, y'all owe his child. Mind you, the man was a family man. Most women, if y'all had a cognitive relationship, would actually know most women who are proud of their man will take pictures, show off, hey, this is what my man did for me. This is what my man did for my child. This is what my man does with me and my child. That's what families do. But motherfuckers are so far removed from that reality. Nobody says shit to A$AP Rocky when him and Rihanna are taking pictures just walking down the street. When they're out there eating, when they're at mosh pits, going to parties and shit. Motherfuckers be taking pictures all the time with the I forget. Y'all can't take no pictures with your sneaker leak. With your sneaky links, y'all can't take pictures with them. You can't take pictures with your prostitute. You can't take pictures with your side nigga. You can't take pictures with your goddamn DLs and shit. I get it. You can't take pictures with them. I understand. You got to stay undercover. You won't take pictures with your goddamn underrated bitch. Exactly, sexy. If your woman is showing off, y'all don't know, women that actually fuck with their man don't mind taking pictures with their man. Whether it's a Ross chicken, an ice cream, going out to the shoe store, women do that with somebody that they actually love and actually are proud of. Your woman fucks with you, she'll claim you. Claim your bitch. No. I'm defending that of what is right. See, you see it as a woman. You can't understand. I'm defending Pnb Rock's family. See, that's how. Look what I said. The Manosphere Lynch mob and lower thinking Negroes owe Pnb Rock family an apology. You owe his family an apology because you were dissing his family. You think if he was alive, he would be cool with y'all threatening his family, his woman, the mother of his child? You think he'd be cool with y'all? You think he would sit with y'all? That's how I know y'all never listened to his music. Y'all never listened to what he talked about in interviews. He talked a lot about his family. Y'all just see it as defending that of a woman. No, the motherfucker was literally taking his family out. But see, this is how you know some of these people are so far removed from that of family talking and ideology, you wouldn't recognize that you were dissing a black man's family. So all of y'all that were so hell-bent on the death of the mother, that she has to grieve that my child will grow up without that of the father. That's fair enough, Jack. I never said you did. But for those of certain spaces, channels, panels, chats, y'all got a blind hatred and vitriol. That's why I said lynch mob, lower thinking Negroes. Y'all need to own this one. Y'all do. Y'all need to own this. Y'all do. This is not me protecting that of a woman. I'm actually that of appalled on how quick y'all would have start disrespecting his family. This was a 9-to-5 man. A lead throne, and I agree with Kool Kamasi. Rather than rob the man, you could have asked him to network you with other celebrities to get more routes to go drive more people. But see, this coward rather have robbed a man and ruined his own son's life. Y'all just see that I'm defending a black woman. Y'all can't see the community, black people were dissing a black family for that of a fucking narrative. Cool. No, that's right, and that's right. You gotta understand, thought here. People would rather place blame. People were more upset and were blaming the mother who's out with her man than the actual killers that took a day was her and her man and started saying that she should be taken out. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you can't make it so bad. You had it on radio station that they were telling people like, yo, y'all coming out of pocket with this shit. And see, the lesson that we're watching is that there are people who are doing that of their narrative agendas and placing it on that of other people or on that on situations, trying to make it their own to say, this is why I'm right. This is why I say what I say. This is why you can't trust that black bitch. This is why you cannot deal with these people. I'm only just showing y'all back what y'all put out there. See, I noticed nobody wants to take the link about this one. It's easier to shame and blame and make excuses. Right? Right. It was easier to do that. It was easier. It felt good, did it? It felt good when y'all could stick it to that man, his family. It felt good when y'all could say what y'all had to say about them. Y'all stick it to that man. You see what I said, lower thinking Negroes, right? It felt good. Y'all can say what I had to say. You made it about the manosphere. When the whole internet was speculating about his girlfriend. What is the majority of the manospheres talk about that of empowering men on that of dealing with women, right? I named the channels. I find it interesting you saying I'm putting this on nets of this space. Why is the majority of y'all content? I mean, you not too long ago, if you saying what you're saying, you were talking about on my panel about that of black men should go against that of black women. You said that, David. You said that. You said that on my panel. Now all of a sudden you playing escapism. Because I just showed you something that was different. Thank you, Auntie. What's going on, Brownie? There was a link. My links are in the description if you want to go look up the news. Hang on, I'll drop a link for you. Yeah, I'll drop a link. I'll drop a link. I'll drop a link. Hang on, give me. Okay, we got one. Two. What's up?
What up, BMT? Hey, can you hear me all right?
I can.
Yeah, on this, I don't know this guy. I don't know what's, going on with this. But in regards to what you said about the mentorship in the black community, yeah, that's true. And I have said that comment that these
Thank you for
women
being
just
honest.
having kids, huh?
No, I said thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
Oh yeah, and the reason why is because I do not believe that it's good, hardworking men's responsibility to be just taking care of these women's bastards and mentoring them with these women not being held accountable at all. It enables bad behavior and it sends the wrong message. And that's why I've said that, and I stand on that, and I'm consistent about that.
Okay. No. Okay. And thank you for. First of all, I give you that respect. I give you that respect. No. I gotta at least respect that he owned. He owned that. He said. I said that. Shit happened. I did say that. I can't pretend that there haven't been men that said fuck the cleanup man. That shit's not. That has happened. When we know there's a lot of men in this spaces that are even that are stepfathers, that are stepdaddies, that are raising other men's kids.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? And that's no like him, but I'm like, hey, and we're putting things out there. Be prepared for that of the flash of the context of what comes back. Is that fair enough to say? Now, here we have it. You got OGs, you got men that are coming through. And I'm saying, okay, so you got this narrative. There's a lot of men that deal and listen to a lot of older men.
Mm-hmm.
And they're fucked up. I can promise you, there's a lot of them fucked up in the game or just in life. So now we're asking that of the owners, like, hey. So I asked a simple question. I think it's time for some of y'all start making. Y'all might want to start redacting some of the words, some of the stuff. Now, if you want to stand on that, stand on that. But be prepared when the
I
nails and the
stand on
thorns.
that.
Fair enough. But you understand that of when the nails and the thorns come back at you.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. We also got Chaos, and we also got Conservative. Go ahead, Chaos. Right?
Yeah. I tuned in at a certain point during the stream, and you look like you showed the person that killed PNB, right?
Yeah. They're not. They showed the man. They're not going to show the underage minor who was his son, 17-year-old, who he also had. They both set up Pnb Rock to be shot and killed and robbed.
Wow.
But let's be clear. People get set up and killed every day.
Excuse me. Let me speak. Okay. So that's what's going on. Man, you know how it is in certain sectors and spaces in YouTube, BMT. They're gonna say the black bitch is always the culprit of all the problems. And they have to thrive on this, even to the point where they're gonna point at her first before they even point to the nigga. And if they say he got killed because of location, it's much more deep than that. A lot of people set up people every day and plot and take advantage of people that's not smart and what they have in a position, especially when you have resource and you well know, you can't just move out here like that. You get me? Because there's other people that's gonna try to take your shit, and they can't take it by gunpoint. They're gonna find other means. All right.
Yep. No. Yeah.
Now let me respond to Doug's point.
Hold on, let me just read off. I will read off the. Yes, GMT. I hope the motherfuckers are ready. But I remember I heard what they were saying. Remember we was on your panel. Yes, the guy's name is Freddie Lee Thorne. He's a black man that told him and his son to go set up Pnb Rock. That was also Freddie Lee is also Pnb Rock's driver. So he drives him around and literally is the one that also set him up to be killed. So you have a father, a 9-to-5 brother that set up another
black man. Yep.
Rock. So let that set in. When I hear about the 9-to-5 men that they're out and about doing their business, the motherfuckers also commit crimes too and do a lot of fuck shit. Doug also put out there, which is a good goddamn thing. Mentorship is a volunteering position. No one is demanding black men to do that.
That's a lie.
If it's not for you, but don't shit on soul men that are interested would be discouraged.
Let me get at that.
Coaching and mentoring things. Nobody's forcing or putting a gun behind anybody's head or saying if you don't do it, you ain't shit. Nobody's saying no black man do. A lot of these black dudes like doing that shit. They couldn't coach the goddamn high school or the NFL, but they damn sure be hyped up. And I know because I watched them little league dads. They be getting overly hyped. Like the shit. Like they want to be out there on the field. Hell, they even got videos of these men pushing down these kids, cursing them out like they're grown-ass men, and telling them to run that motherfucking ball, nigga. Like you got sometimes the league actually has to tell these dudes to chill the fuck out. Like this is actually documented. So I don't know. Nobody forcing these niggas to there.
Doug's comment is incorrect. People all the time, you can go on this YouTube and Google it. They're always talking about why aren't the black men cleaning up the community? Why aren't they stepping up to mentor and blah, 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 blah. You can find those YouTube videos right now of women wanting black men to step up and mentor these kids and blah, blah, blah. But why aren't the good men mentoring? Why don't y'all blah, 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 step up, blah, blah, blah. So that's a lie. They do it all the time. And they try to shame men into doing it all the time. All the time. You can find it on this YouTube right now. Now, the separate point.
Hold on, Jed. I don't mean to cut you off. But if they say, where are those men? Do they not shame the men that do it? Don't the black men shame the men that do it?
Yes, they do. They look at you as a simp.
Do they not shame?
You get called a simp.
You get called a simp, a blue pill, all that stuff. Yeah.
So the men that said that get the bullet back to the men.
You get shamed on both sides, by the way.
No, it's because.
Excuse me, BLT talking.
Hold on.
So let me say this. So the men that said
Dude, let him run his show. You sound so crazy, bro. Stop.
No, you stop.
So hold on,
I'm trying to
wait. Hold on, y'all two. The men of this space also shame and call the men cleanup men, or simps, or blue-balled men, or cucks.
That's
So,
true. But there's a reason why. Here's why that happens. That happens because it used to be a time where those men were respected, right? They were honored. You were honored for being a stepfather, being in that position, because you were taking up a burden that another man had left or whatever, and it was an honorable thing, and you were respected by doing so. Women respected you for doing it. They gave you the same treatment as they would give, sometimes maybe even more, as they would give the real men, because they understood the sacrifice that you're making. Now we live in a time where you get the video where the woman's talking about, you gonna get out before my son get out. It's no more respect or honor in it. So that's why those men are called simps for doing it. It's a reason for that. But past that, does anybody want to refute that before I go to this next point?
Okay. Now, let me okay, so you're saying that that are not being excused, because if the men are clowning other men, isn't that shaming those men?
Yes, but it's a reason for that.
But see,
yes.
But just look at that. You'll tell the women that the boys are being emasculated, but the men that are trying to raise the boys or train the boys, y'all clown them. How is that productive?
They get clowned. I told you they get clowned because the respect is not there, and they're putting themselves in a vulnerable position where they're going to get the short end of the stick. And that's why there's countless men. You can go on these YouTube videos and watch videos of how that's ended terribly for them. You got men put on child support for kids that aren't theirs because they were playing that role. You got men.
Watch out! No, stay away from the child support. We're talking about men.
I'm talking about why they get clowned.
Okay, go ahead.
This is why they get clowned. Like I said, it's a shift from what it used to be, which was the respect and the reverence and all that, to now there's only downsides to doing it. So men shame men for doing it because you're doing it. You're a simp now for doing that. That's why they get insulted and it's pointed out in this space. It's not honorable to fall on your sword in that way.
Right, that is correct. That is correct, Doug. Stepfather isn't the same as mentor. Why are we combining the two? Now, I find it interesting, the men that are mentoring in certain spaces about watch out for the black bitch, watch out for the community job, watch out for that of the gynocracy. Y'all follow sitting there hours at a time listening to them. Y'all follow listening to content creators. That's their mentorship. Why
are you calling that mentoring, bro? That's like saying every DJ is a mentor.
Hold on, wait, hold on. So let's look at it. If you're selling a class or a lesson of your ideology, that's mentoring.
I wouldn't call that mentoring. That's not mentoring. That's teaching. It's a difference between teaching and mentoring. Mentoring has a personal mentoring has a personal component, which is more intimate. Teaching is just anything that's giving knowledge and instruction. Mentoring is a personal, deeper relationship. Now, I'm not going to try to, get into the semantics of it.
Even teaching is personal, bro. Even teaching is personal. Dudes on YouTube don't claim to be teachers or this. I mean, one or two maybe, but generally speaking, guys on the internet talking shit should not be associated with mentorship, because then you decrease the importance of mentors.
I agree with that. Teaching is anything, though, that's giving instruction or information, even though we may not think about it, in that way. But I agree with that. We shouldn't. These YouTube videos is not mentoring. That's I wouldn't accept that definition.
Okay, so you're trying to say you wouldn't accept that, but it is.
I wouldn't.
You do know that, right? You do know a teacher and a mentor go hand in hand. You do know that goes hand in hand. Right?
No, you can teach someone something like from a YouTube video. It's not mentoring. Just because if I teach you 1 + 1 is 2 on a YouTube video and you watch it, and now you know 1 + 1 is 2.
Hold on.
I'm not your mentor because I made that video. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
Kevin
that's
Samuels is
mental
interesting.
dead, and
relationship.
he'll be dead forever. But people are going to watch his videos way longer than he was making videos. Is he still going to be a mentor 10 years after he's dead, and somebody's still watching his videos? That's not how that works, BMT.
Yeah, actually, if you literally, okay, so let's look at
So you can be a dead mentor. Think about
so
this. What I'm saying. You're killing the definition.
let's look at so you can follow that as a philosophy. Now, it's interesting.
Plato is not my mentor.
Okay, hold up. So
Euclides is not my mentor. No one's
am I
mentor.
cutting
These
you
are
off?
dead men with wisdom. All right,
Let me
go
let you
ahead.
cut off. Okay, so okay, so I find it interesting that people say I didn't have a father figure, but when I found this space, it helped me find that of other like-minded men and teachings. So now all of a sudden, it's they're not teaching now. 1 minute I'm learning a lot of shit in this space, and I'm learning about
No,
masculinity.
I didn't
And
say they
all,
weren't
no,
teaching.
no, I didn't say you. Did I say you? Did I say you?
Oh, okay, you talking about hood server? Okay.
I'm not even saying him. I'm going off of what
Right.
this space has doggone said. What a lot of men have already echoed that of the vast majority. Now all of a sudden, when people are paying for patrons to get that of their chamber, of their class, of where men can be men, as I've heard. Now the ideology is, well, they're not teaching anything. So what are y'all doing? If y'all not teaching or learning that of
Well, no,
cryptocurrency,
hold on. You
so
just
what are
put
they
your
doing?
foot in your mouth. You just
Go
put
ahead.
your foot in your mouth because
Go
a
ahead.
lot of people who actually do get bigger channels, when they grow a channel to be a really professional success, then they sell one-on-one mentorship programs.
Teaching and mentoring are two different things. You can teach people without being a mentor. But
Right. Some
past the
dudes, some
semantics, because we're having a semantical argument now. So let's just leave it there. Past those semantics, back to the story that BMT brought up. Um, Everybody's all ultra invested in this, I guess, because I've been seeing like videos about it. I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of this guy until he died, and I just started seeing his name everywhere. But this stuff happens every single day. People are up in arms about it and pretending like they care because I guess this guy was a celebrity. So he was known and whatever. But this stuff happens every single day. So people that aren't up in arms about this stuff happening every single day, I don't believe that you care because this stuff happens every single day. So I don't think that people care. I think that this is a news
Is that your narrative?
salacious
Is that your narrative?
story. Yeah, I don't
Is
think
that your
people really care. I think that they're just latching onto the story because he was famous, I guess, and now they want to pretend like this is a big because this stuff people get set up every day. People get robbed and killed every day. This stuff happens. It's an everyday occurrence. Who doesn't
So
think that this happens every day to normal people
is
that
that your
aren't famous?
so is that your narrative that you're bringing?
I don't know about a narrative. That's my point.
But
Yeah.
okay, so that would be your narrative that you're bringing. Go ahead, Chaos Ring.
Well, one second before you jump in, chaos. I just had to look it up. The definition of mentor is an experienced advisor, experienced, trusted advisor. I think you're stretching your definition, BMT.
No, I'm actually not. I was actually an instructor. I'm actually a licensed instructor.
Right. That's
So
a personal
I think
thing. You personally instruct.
wait, a personal thing. How the fuck am I personal if I'm an instructor and I'm teaching 15 people to 20 people at a time? I taught over 100 people. How am I personal? If I hold you at the class, like literally, it amazes me. Like, yeah, I know definitions. Like I'm trying to figure out.
BMT, are you an instructor on YouTube or do you instruct in real life with real people in a physical classroom?
Real
Right.
life.
So why are you fighting against the definition when I'm trying to tell it to you
Oh,
simple?
wait.
If it's on YouTube,
So, let me make sure I'm doing it correctly. Are you doing your YouTube definition? But I forgot some of y'all YouTube
no,
definitions.
I just typed
Real
into
life.
Google. I just pulled out a standard Merriam-Webster definition, and I don't understand how you can say that you actually teach people personally in your real life, like people that are standing in the room with you, and say that is the same thing as random people tuning into your YouTube channel.
So let's go. So YouTube channel. So let's look at this. So in YouTube, I've never said I'm a mentor on YouTube. and I've never said I'm a teacher on YouTube. I'm just a content creator that is giving out that information. I've never said, hey, buy my class. Hey, let me teach you your philosophy.
But isn't that what you're accusing dudes of, though? You're literally making that accusation. That's why I took offense. Like, bro, it's not a manosphere thing.
So wait. So let's go right back at this. When we're looking at that of this, we have a man, an older man, that told his son to go shoot another man. Men in this space were that of blaming that of the woman, saying that it was the woman's fault why this man was killed. Did that happen? Yes or no?
That happened across the entire internet, BMT.
Did that happen in their space? In their space?
That happened. That was worldwide. Yes. So people here engaged in it. Yes.
So why are you doing escape? Why you escape? Why you playing escape?
No, because I'm saying everyone is doing this. Like the Twitter is doing it, Instagram is doing it. Somehow the manosphere is different.
So let's look at it. So this is very interesting. 1 minute, and I'm showing you're playing around, David, because when everybody be saying, hey, white people do it too, Latino do it too. No. Black women are different things. So now all of a sudden, everybody at your convenience. But then when we're saying that, hey, we're looking at this situation, everybody in the internet did it.
That's not what I'm saying, BMT. That's not what I'm saying.
Are you not saying that?
No. Hear me out for a second. You kind of making this case as if the manosphere pulled this out of nowhere and made it so like their final stand or something, when this is a national story. So when people on Twitter are speculating about, did his girlfriend set him up? Did his girlfriend accidentally get him killed? Why is that on the manosphere? When Instagram is doing that, why is that on the manosphere? This is what I'm saying. I don't get how something that is a national conversation only belongs to the manosphere.
So I got a question. So in the title, but I'm not sure if y'all read, I said the manosphere lynch mob and lower thinking Negroes. Oh, Pnb Rock family and apology. So that would mean I'm also including them.
I suppose to some degree, but you lead with the manosphere.
No.
They own it.
That means I covered that also.
I ask you, like, how can the manosphere own it when it's a national phenomenon?
I got a question. So what is the manosphere combating for the most part? What are they combating?
Not this. This is not really a manosphere deal.
So what are they combating? What is the manosphere combating?
Well, all right, now you're back to my original issue, though, where it's like...
No, I asked you a question before you go to the original issue.
So for example, my original issue, my main issue is female accountability. So when you ask me what the manosphere is about, and I'm saying it's about female accountability. So for example, when you have the situation where these dudes are obviously wrong, we got no problem putting their name in the paper, putting their face on TV and telling everybody you should hate these dudes, and rightfully so. But when it comes to women, we don't like to do that with women. That's where I take that issue at.
Where's the video? Where's the videos?
What do you mean videos? Be specific.
Where's the video? Where's the videos on Freddie?
From me? You want me to do a video? I don't understand what you're asking.
Where's the video in this space on Freddie?
Why do you need a video? He's going to go to jail. There is no history about what's going on here. What do you need a video for?
Hold on, wait. You heard that, Chaos, right? He just said.
What do you need a video for?
No problem.
Yeah, I heard that bullshit.
Now all of a sudden, why do we need a video?
No, because I'm confused. What do you need a video for? What are you asking for?
So hold on. So
a video about what, BMT? Like specifically, what is the video for? What do you want? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you want here?
So hold on. So wait a second. So there was a video about that of how Pnb Rock's girlfriend showing a location fucked them over. That was exactly, and I know, like I said, the manosphere blamed the girlfriend. It was
so you need to hold that nigga accountable. Hold him accountable. I don't understand you.
But now you're saying, why do we need the video? Why?
He said it doesn't matter.
Hold on. let me
Go
hop
ahead,
in
go
there.
ahead. Oh, no, let me step in. I got to step in.
I'm noticing it's now. Why do we gotta do a video? Y'all,
No,
you
hold
had
on,
to
BMT. This is
Hey, you know
BMT,
what? You know
if
what? You got
if
asked
you're
why I got
not
to do
gonna
video?
be specific, you look crazy if
no,
you're
that
not
is
gonna be specific.
specific. No.
No,
That's it.
all
We're
right,
just going
no,
to
because you said
do
somebody did a
that's
video. You
deflection.
could do this whole stream responding to Homeboy video, but you're gonna make it about the manosphere so you can escape accountability.
Wait, I can escape accountability?
What?
here's the mix up. Here's the mix up. Here's
If
the
you
mix
got an
up.
issue with Homeboy video, you stand on that shit. You making it about the
Who?
whole manosphere. Like, no, name the nigga you mad at, bro. What the fuck is this?
Oh,
Here's the thing that I think is happening. Let me interject here.
This guy is
David
deflection.
is saying that
Go ahead.
the whole entire manosphere is not accountable for some people who are maybe in the manosphere for them making videos about anything in particular. It's not a reflection of the black manosphere entirely. So I think David just has an issue with
Thank you.
BMT trying to paint the entire manosphere based upon the actions of some people who may be in the manosphere. And I think that BMT was just making a general video responding to the topics that the manosphere makes videos about and about the overall sentiment of the manosphere in general.
So let's look
Yeah,
at
I want
this.
to say something.
I'm sure. Go ahead,
I
Kels.
want to say
Go ahead.
Let me say some free speak. As you could tell, BMT. This is why I don't really do certain content on certain scenarios when it deals with entertainers as a whole, and I don't focus on it as a whole. Is because there's more unfold to the story than what we're seeing, especially when it comes to artists and rappers that have a very high, not only demand eyes wise by what you see and hear from the music, but also the violence and things that plays with it that people love to consume. So when we find out that it was not a black man with his son that plotted to kill this man, you know they're not gonna really focus on that part because it does not sell narrative. And let's be honest, no one's gonna watch it. If any man would sit there really hold this, I guess, working man, and I don't know if they can call him Pookie, which he's not, kill another man that was, I guess, about family and knew what he had to do. But you know, they can pinpoint say it gotta be a bitch that played it. And it has to feed into narrative. I say, oh, she did this. So it's this bitch. And mind you, I saw the trends for the last 2 weeks on it. They talk about this bitch. She's the one that put the location out there. She's the one that caused this man's death. So it's her fault. It was because he didn't fuck with this black fucking bitch. And I'm using the word bitch loosely because I want people to understand because the language we understand. She's the fault of why this man, this alleged black man, or productive black man, or rich black man, demise is a better selling point at the end of BMT. Anything less subpar, that's not a selling point. Matter of fact, you will not see nobody do no fucking video with it. Hell, you're not gonna see anyone in this top in space focus on it because it does not push the narrative. I hope that answers your question, BMT. Oh, he's.
Let me answer your
I'm gonna say
question
this.
about what the
So
manosphere
let me.
stands for.
So hold on. So no. Let's get at this. So this space was that of a space for men to come and be educated to combat that of the world and that of the doctrine of the gynocracy. Now, man, people say, "Hey, that's not what this space was." Like, who y'all playing with? Like, I literally was on the bracket and won fucking awards in this space. Now you're trying to tell me somebody that literally helped build up this bullshit and said fuck this bullshit, that now that this space is some utopia of accountability. And so when I said hold on, wait. So now when I even said, hey, I was there on Kuda's panel, I was there on GMT's panel, I literally heard Rez the Bad Guys panel, I've heard plenty of predominant black male panels in this space, Bernard Riley's panel. Now, all of a sudden, motherfuckers were like, hey, like, I don't think nobody was ever saying anything about this woman. I think, and honestly, no. I said they owe the Pnb Rock family, as well as any other lower Negroes, they owe Pnb Rock family an apology. So I included very precisely those who were slandering Pnb Rock's woman, which he actually
You know what?
so he
Now,
deeply
now that we
loved.
crossed that bridge, I will agree with you. For those who actually were wrong, it's okay to admit you were wrong.
Okay, so just admit that. Thank you for being honest. Thank you, David. Thank you. That's all I ask.
Let me
That's all I
get at the space creation thing. The point of this space, as I see it, is a space for black men to talk about black male issues. Now, that's a large umbrella, right? Because we all know, even on this panel, we all have differing views on what the causes and the main issues are. So there's differing opinions. So what David was saying, why you can't paint the entire black manosphere, because everybody in the black manosphere doesn't agree. We know that. There's different quote unquote sects or factions, whatever you would want to call it. And we don't all share the same line of thinking. So you can't just paint with a broad brush, is what he was saying. But I would say that the purpose of this is for us to discuss our issues as we see them pertaining to us in a space for that. Now, within that, like I said, we're going to disagree and have arguments and debates upon different things because everybody's different. We're not a monolith. But that's what I see it being for, not for any one particular topic in general. Now, relationship topics get a lot of they get a lot of promotion because everybody likes talking about, relationships. It's just an easy subject to talk about.
A
Everybody
lot of
can have
people
an
just want to
opinion.
fuck. Yeah, let's keep real. When we talk about relationships, to say I want to fuck. We ain't gonna play around with that.
What?
When people talk about relationships, especially when we talk about this sector in space, really quoted
I think that's
is just to fuck and how I can get fucked much more without least resistance.
I think that's
You know, you
something
got
that
fucking
the
dating coach out
detractors.
here. You know,
I think the detractors get to make that kind of statement, but you can't say that dudes be complaining about child support and then it's only about pussy.
Now here's the thing about it. Okay, so let's look at this. I don't feel like getting into the child support thing, but see, when I ask about that you have an older man who told his son to go rob and shoot another man.
mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand, and when I brought it, I said, why do we pretend or skip over that there are older men or certain men of influence leading younger men or other men to that of lesser and undesirable situations of unaccountability. But then when it's time to call out that kind of thing, I understand you want to get on that of the single mothers and their fuck shit. Good, go ahead. I won't stop that. But then when it's time to call out that of those men that are doing shows, panels, content, and also out there in the everyday world leading these men, and don't just say Pookie, just say there are men out there doing it too. That
Well,
seems skipped over.
that's a simple answer. It's because when those men, well, first off, nobody is saying that a man telling another man to kill another man is right. Nobody's defending him, number one. Nobody's excusing that behavior. Nobody is defending that, number one. Number two, the reason that some people don't feel the need to do that is because we already know that that person is going to be held accountable to the highest degree already. Nobody defends that. Nobody thinks that that's right or okay. The issue and the pushback from the other side comes from, we know that when men do things, we're punished. But when other people do things, when women do these things or whatever, do same things or whatever, they are often not held to the same level of accountability. And that is the stem of the issues in this space. And that's why people shine the light on that and people make videos about that, because that's the greater pressing issue as it pertains to black men for this space.
Now, what unaccountability things are these women getting away with that the men are getting held for?
Do you want to get into that conversation, BMT?
I want to give me Give me the ladder of two things. Give me the ladder of two things, and then I would then that women get off the hook that men get held for.
Child support and reproductive rights. There's two right there.
Okay, so let's get at that. So and I'm not going to go too far into that. No,
I was about to say, you said you don't want to get into it, so I'm trying to respect it.
I'm gonna hit that real quick and easy, but I'm not gonna do no long child support conversation. Women get put on child support also, and also I literally actually have a case that actually pull up that a woman is actually being sentenced to death because literally for not feeding her child. The second one,
wow, damn.
yeah, so she's being sentenced to death. And
How's a woman not feeding her child connected to child support?
Let's see, that's neglect, and that goes with the family court, and that's also a crime. Also,
yeah, because neglect is very high.
That's a neglect, and also that of the schools as well as society, they're actually cracking down on a lot. The boy's stepmother was arrested too as an accessory. Anthony, okay. Oh, thank you, Deborah. So the boy's stepmother was arrested too. Oh, so hey, there's your narrative. Hey, the mother was arrested too.
So can we talk about black women again now? Is it okay? Do we have your permission?
No, I'm on all accountability. I want to talk about let's hold it all down. So let's hold it all down straight through. So that
was the whole point. That's literally what J.I. just jumped off with. Like, nobody wants to actually do that. We'll smear his name on TV and talk about him like shit, but we don't do that with women who are equally guilty. That's the whole point.
So okay, so let's look at this. So we got a black woman, but I know David definitely was happy for that of a black woman being brought up as an accessory. But we definitely know the two people that pulled the trigger. So we know the two people that pulled the trigger. Where did the police?
Only one person can pull a trigger. Do you know how triggers work, BMT? Only one person can pull it.
Well, they both had firearms. They both had firearms.
Hold on, BMT was addressing the two things that I put forth. You addressed the child support one. We disagree on that, but you addressed it. And now go ahead and address the second one. Second part.
So the second one is that of
reproductive rights.
So reproductive rights. So right now, women are now by that of the federal government are now definitely being held to that of a standard with that of the Roe v. Wade being looked at, as well as other things are being pushed to that of the courts. So how are women not being held with feet to the fire if Roe v. Wade has already been put up there? But that's interesting because the women were out there marching about Roe v. Wade, but I want the men out there marching.
All right, now, I know you don't want to go down this path. You already said you don't want to go down this long debate.
You got 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. So it's simple. For the first one, my pushback is we know that disproportionately men are put on child support at way higher rates than women. We it's not even debatable. Quick Google search proves that. Number one, we know that men pay more into child support than women do. That's fact. You can Google that, look it up right now. We know that women are favored in child support unconditionally. It's not even close, which is why men are put in the position to have to fight for their children in the first place, where children are just granted to the women. We understand that. Concerning the reproductive rights, women still have the right to choose after abortion. That the federal law just said that they don't federally have the right for abortion. It's based upon states now. So the states are going to determine whether or not they can, but they still get to decide if they want to carry the child to term or not, or what they're going to do, or if they're going to put a child up for adoption. And they can still get out of their financial obligations if they desire to, even if now they have to go through a little extra work to do it. And they may not have to go through any extra work to do it, depending on what their state rolls out for them. Men do not have any of those options. For the sake of keeping it short, I'm just gonna, because we all know how long I can debate this, I'm just gonna let it go right there so we can move forward.
So let's also look at this. Who makes the laws of the land? Men or women? Men.
Well, both parties vote.
No. It's not no.
No. It's men.
It's men.
Men run
who are the majority of the judges? Men. Who are majority of the men? Who are the majority of the group that is over welfare? Men. Who are the majority of the men?
And here's deep. Let's go deeper at BMT. Who signed in for the last 30 years to make it now where they're going to take your license, do other stuff when you've not been paying? It was a man.
That was men. So and
here's not different. Isn't Republicans said that you got to start paying child support in one state the minute in conception? Was that men?
Yeah, that was actually men. So that was men.
So where the fuck the bitches at? But men still home, men accountable.
So your thing about it is your war is actually with men, not so much with the women, because the women are only acting within that proximity of the power that the men are actually putting out there. So
you preaching to the choir. I've said countless times that women's behavior, they're symptoms of the disease. I've said that countless times.
Okay, so the men are choosing that of reproducing with certain women, and like I said, hang on, let me see. Thank you. She's going to jail. Like, what are we talking about? No, it's about it. Like, it was men that are holding this other man that literally is a 9-to-5 man that literally had a job from another man to go tell his son to go shoot and kill that of another man. Now, mind you, we hear so much of that of patriarchy, leadership, that nobody listens to the black man, nobody understands the black man, that the black man is never. So we have that of a black belt patriarchy that literally told his son and that of the stepmother that, hey, shut up, bitch. We're going to go, instead of me going to go get extra hours, I'm going to go shoot another family man, another patriarch, kill him, right? Because we said black man needs to lead. Told that black man, hey, let me go take my 17-year-old son and go shoot dead another man in front of other people, and also...
That was terrible that he did that.
So, we're looking at that of, that was the so-called leadership that was such a hard on that always we talk about. If the men get have their patriarchy, then they can lead. Well, we had a black male leadership just lead his child to go kill
another black man.
I don't think that's an argument to be made for that, though. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to end it and let you have it. You also had your submissive woman. The woman, she was submitted, so she's going down with her man. Mm-hmm. So she submitted, and now she's going to jail.
Why are you calling that submissive? Do you even know gangster bitches?
Accessory. So you submitted. So you got the son and the mama, but the man is not trying to go say, "Hey, my son got arrested."
And look. If she's harboring fugitives, I wouldn't know if I would go as far as to call that submissive behavior, though. Like, how do we not? We don't know anything about this, so we kind of speculating on why she even got charged. But like, I assume she's probably hiding somebody. That's usually how that works. But like,
if she's hiding
why
her
is that
son,
considered submissive?
I wouldn't make the stretch to call it submissive. I wouldn't use this example of this, this tragedy as a talking point for patriarchy or submission or any of that. I don't think it has anything to do with that.
How so?
Because this is just a random act of crime that has nothing to do with the dynamics of a relationship between him and that woman. We don't know what was going on between him and that woman. We don't know. He did a terrible thing. This isn't a reflection of male leadership in general. I don't I don't see how we can draw those conclusions. So I disagree with that in its entirety. And I don't think anybody in this space talking about, male leadership in households being needed. I don't think we can use this as an example of why male leadership is a bad thing because this guy made his son do this. That's not a reflection on male leadership as a whole. In my opinion, I wouldn't draw that parallel at all. Nor would I say that if a woman is submissive, it's going to lead to her being an accessory to murder. So women shouldn't be submissive. I wouldn't draw those lines.
Okay,
And
so
one more thing to add to that, I wouldn't even say he made his son do that. Like, if you can tell your son to go in the store and shoot somebody, that's not your first party. So you guys this is how you are. Both of you, your father and son, this is who you are. You didn't have to make your son do anything. This is what he was going to do. Now, it just so happens you and him are both criminally minded, but I don't know that you made your son do that. Like, you went in there and shot that man a bunch of times. No, you're not. That's not a daddy, a father son outing. That's not how that goes.
the son
But
confessed. Yeah, you do know
empty.
the son. Yeah, go ahead, Gail.
Let me say this. Carmelson jump down. You gotta understand why would another man help tell his own seed, his prodigy, to go kill another man? I'll tell you why. Because he will not do some serious time in jail. It was him that did it. He's gonna do 20 to life. You gotta understand the psychology of how they'll use children to get away with murder because they're not gonna be lenient. They're gonna be very lenient to let them do heavy time in jail. They might do juvie, but doing like serious time and they're underage, no. So it makes sense a father would tell and train his own son to go on an assassination on another man. Do you
Hey,
get it?
you watch too many after-school specials about drug dealers. That's how drug dealers treat small children. We're talking about a father-son, though.
Hey, it doesn't
I don't
matter.
know that
It,
same
it
logic
doesn't
holds.
matter. It does not matter. Same thing. Because
I
he
got a
knows.
No,
question.
I get the logic, but I'm
So
just saying
why
it
you
doesn't
think he kill him?
necessarily
Hold
hold
on.
up.
Let me ask you a question before we continue back and forth with this nonsense. Why doesn't he kill him? Why would he risk his own son to go kill a man and say
Well,
himself
well,
take
for
the responsibility and kill that man?
for one, we don't know that an order was given. This is what I'm saying. As far as we know, dude went in the store to commit a robbery and got hot-headed and shot him because he's a goofy motherfucker with a gun. Like, this is what happens when you go out to rob people. Sometimes people get murdered and they weren't supposed to die. We don't know that the father sent them out there to do that. These things just go down crazy. This is what they mean when they say the shit went bad. This is
So,
literally a robbery went bad.
so wait. Are you providing an escape route for the man? Are you
Escape how?
providing? Are
No.
you,
I'm saying we don't know. He may have, but from all we can tell, if it was supposed to be a robbery, we don't know that he sent his son in there to shoot and kill him. Because now that's not a robbery. That's an assassination. That's a
wait. How's
whole
this?
different crime with a whole different motivation here. If you wanted his jewelry, you could have got his jewelry. Or maybe you couldn't get his jewelry without killing him. I don't know. You don't know either.
So wait. We literally have the police have literally come back with the information that literally the witnesses and everybody has come back with the information that literally the man burnt the car after the robbery. That literally,
Nigga,
uh,
that's good criminal behavior. What do you mean? What are you even using that as
so
evidence for?
hold on.
Burn the evidence. Yes, burn the
I,
evidence.
I'm loving deflection right now. That I'm hearing massive shield deflection
No, they're
attack.
both guilty. BMT, they're both guilty. What about that? Am I not denying? What about that? Am I
They're
denying? They are
saying,
both guilty.
but
They
they're
are guilty
saying
of separate crimes in the same incident.
they're
That's how the
separate
law actually
crimes.
works. When they go to jail, when they go to court, they'll both be charged with murder, but only one person is going to get like a greater charge because you're the actual trigger man.
Okay, but literally they have it where both people sat in a car and waited
So is it
for him.
premeditated murder or was it a robbery where you killed the victim? These are two different
Both,
legal classifications. This is
so
what I'm trying to
both
say.
them.
Once you start getting into the law side of it, now they get very particular.
So okay, so we have it where as to they caught the son, and the son has already given out information, and they already have the stepmother. So the man now he's on the run. He's on the run. This is stuff that we don't have to guess. That literally that they're giving up the information that they literally have that stuff on this man. Like, let me grab this. What's going on, Queen Sunkiss? What's your thoughts so far while pulling up everything? You hear everything going on. Just go ahead. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. You cannot hold black men accountable for anything because they not accountable for nothing.
My bad.
Everybody's going to jail,
Okay.
though. What do you even? What do you want? What more do you want?
As a black man
Let her talk.
in the manosphere spaces, they are not responsible for anything. Anything that is wrong about the black man is the fault of a black woman because it's these bitches. Okay, so you're not gonna get these men to come up here and say that was wrong because the issue of the men that kill each other and do different things in the hood, it don't have anything to do with men. It has to do with these single mamas. It's their fault, and it don't got nothing to do with black men because black men aren't responsible for anything but what the fuck they want to do, and that is all. That's it. And as soon as black women realize that this is the case, then they will stop procreating with these men because this don't make no sense.
I wish you were right, but those aren't the men they want to procreate with. The men you're hoping for aren't the men they want to procreate with, so you're stuck.
I procreated with a black man that not only takes
We
care
ain't
of
talking about
myself,
you.
but
We
he
ain't talking
talks.
about you.
I'm
Stop making
talking
this
about
about
me,
you.
and I like to
Well,
finish
it ain't
my
about you,
statement
though.
without you
It's not
cutting
about
me
you.
off. Please and thank you.
Relax. Thank you, Chaos.
I'm talking about me because there are black men that understand that they contribute to the responsibility of making sure that society runs well, and they not trying to lay all the ills at the feet of women. They understand that everybody has to do their part in everything for everything to run smoothly. Unfortunately, the
What can't
men
we
that
hold
doing
women
the
responsible
talking
for?
Hold
in
on,
these,
David. Calm down. Let her finish, man. Let her finish.
unfortunately, the men that's doing the talking, aka the mentoring in the manosphere, don't know nothing about that and absolve black men of accountability for any and everything. So if nobody's accountable and point at fingers at each other saying that I ain't accountable, you should be accountable, then everything gonna stay messed up. And it don't make no sense that when this man first got killed, and I don't know this man, and I ain't followed up the story because I don't know who these people are. But I do know what was going on these social media streets. When that man died, oh, she set him up, she set him up, she set
Yep.
him up. Now that we see that it's two men, you don't hear these men saying anything. And that's a problem. And if you
But
can't
they're
admit
going
that
to
that's a problem,
jail.
then that's a testament to the fact that black men do not want the responsibility of doing what they need to do to make society a better place.
Sunkiss,
You said
what more do you want?
we don't hear what men saying what?
Let David go, and then you
I,
jab.
I need you to explain what more do you want? Men committed crime. Their names and identities have been made public. We're talking about them by name right now. They'll most likely go to jail forever. What more accountability are you looking for here? You want me to go beat them up
I want
myself?
the manosphere because BMC not
How
in
is
the
that
manosphere. I
accountability?
don't
No, but
believe. I want the
how is that?
manosphere to do these live streams and talk about these two degenerate niggas the way they sit up here and talk about these
Now
bitches.
you know, son, kids, that's not
Oh,
gonna
you're
happen.
not gonna
They're
get
not
that.
gonna
No,
do that.
you're just not
It
gonna get
doesn't
that.
feed the
No.
narrative,
Why
man.
should we?
Just
Why
feed
should
the
we?
narrative. It's not
No,
gonna get
hold on,
likes
hold
and
on, hold on.
views. Hold on,
Why
okay,
should
I
they
got
though?
some heat.
Why should the
Okay, hold
manosphere
on,
make
hold on.
content that
Hey,
Listen,
makes
I'm not
they're
Sunkiss
not
David.
mad? Bro,
going
I
to
was the
do
one
The
it,
talking.
manosphere, you
Sunkist.
know what? The
They're
Why
not
should
Hold
going
the
to
manosphere,
on,
do
I'm
it,
asking
manosphere
Sunkist.
make
David.
content for
They're not
you?
going to do it,
the
Sunkist.
Why
manosphere
should the
shouldn't
Hold
make
manosphere make
content
on,
about
I
it.
content
have
for
to
The
you,
say it. Let me
manosphere,
Sunkiss?
look,
finish.
look, the manosphere shouldn't make content about it. I want the manosphere to keep doing what they doing. What I want the women to do is realize that they not making content with them and stop fucking them. Let them become the incels that they talk about. Leave these niggas alone.
The manosphere don't. Yeah, do
Oh
that.
shit!
All right,
Do that.
now let me
Yes,
go,
do
David.
that.
Let me
I
Go,
go.
call
go,
your
go ahead,
bluff.
Jack.
Do that. I bet you these
Go.
bitches can't put the dick down.
David,
All right, let
calm.
me go.
Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
All right. Now, One, nobody up here is defending his actions or what he did. Everybody has already said it's wrong. It's a moot point. Number one. Number two, the reason the manosphere won't do that is because the manosphere is about its interests, just like any other organization is about its interests. That's why you don't see female divesting groups talking about the ills of what goes on that would make their position look bad or be seen in an unflattering light. Nobody, and I mean nobody, speaks against their interests. That's just common sense. Number one. Number two, no, I don't know, you're speaking as if men are promoting what he did or big upping him when that's just not the case. Even though they may not do streams just condemning or whatever, everybody knows what he did was bad, what he did was wrong. But that's not what this space is about. This space is about what, largely what, women are doing that's wrong. That's not being addressed because what he did is just getting addressed. But the things that we speak about in this space are not getting addressed in the same way. And that's what needs our attention. And I agree with you that women, hold on.
All right, VMT, I'm going to call it a day. Take it.
All right, bye, Chaos. Now, let me wrap up my point before I get stepped on. I agree with your last point that women should stop reproducing outside of marriage. And that will solve a lot of problems.
They should stop fucking y'all, period.
Okay, well, I agree with you. Stop doing it. I agree that will fix a lot of problems. So we agree on that.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying that y'all should speak against your interest or whatever. And I'm not saying anybody is condoning what he did. But just like he sat up here and discussed a woman that's, going to jail for starving her child, being a murder. Okay, this man wants to go in and talk about this woman, but you don't want to have a discussion about a father teaching his son how to kill another black man.
We already said it's wrong.
But you want to sit up here and have a whole conversation.
To discuss, though?
What's to discuss about a woman that's going to jail for murder? What's to discuss? But you don't have a problem discussing that.
If she is
weird.
going to jail, that's kind of a rarity. That's almost a rarity. Women
that's
usually
not
get
a rarity.
Psychiatric help or whatever.
It's women that's sitting up in prison because they
hospitals.
There is a woman in prison right now that took her baby, put it in the microwave, and served it to her husband. So no, it's not a rarity. There are men that actually hold women accountable.
Sweetie. That is pretty
just
rare.
Because some of y'all is simps and don't hold women accountable when they should be, don't mean that all men are like that. And the men that do hold women accountable, they don't have these type of problems. Unfortunately, the manosphere is full of simp ass niggas that want to socialize y'all to hate women instead of teaching y'all how to be men. Because whether y'all care to admit it or not, if you sitting in there listening to this shit, most of these men ain't got a woman, ain't never had a decent relationship, ain't never been married, got illegitimate children, complaining about child support, while another man done married the woman and helping that woman take care of his children. But he telling y'all not to be a stepfather when somebody's playing stepfather to his damn children. But these is the men that y'all sitting up to and consuming their content. There is a mentor, whether you care to admit it or not. So y'all being socialized to dysfunction, but all y'all want to do is talk about women instead of how to better yourself. And I can say that because I don't have a dog in this fight. And I sit in the bushes and I get in the chats and I listen to this shit. And it's disappointing as hell.
All right, well, if that's what you believe, then okay, that's fair.
It's what I know.
Being tougher on women is better for men. That makes you a better man. Being stronger with women, yes, that makes you a better man.
Okay, so the thing about it is this. I brought up easily, like it says in the title. If anybody was listening, that hey, certain Lynch moms or talking points had all the smoke for the deceased family. They had a lot of talking points. They had a lot of vitriol spreading their agenda of their narrative. But they talk about that of masculinity and being a man. Part of being a man is owning when you're wrong. But see, if you can't own up to that of accountability of you put out something and it was wrong, you spoke against another man, a dead man's family, then you need to own that. You You got to own that as a man.
BMT, would you argue? Would you accept that accountability is a personal thing? It's not something that a group can't be accountable. Only the people who actually physically did the wrong can be accountable. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, so I get what you're trying. I get what you're saying.
Okay, so what? No. What I'm actually saying beyond that is that when you want to hold people accountable, just like those individuals are going to go to jail for their crime, the individuals who were wrong should be held accountable to whatever degree you think is possible. But I don't get this broad. There is no broad guilt. The people who said wrong are wrong. That's it.
It is a broad guilt.
Well, if you can do broad guilt, then you can't be mad at the manosphere for saying all women, all black women, since you believe in broad guilt yourself.
Okay, so hold up. So let's look at this. So I have done videos going in on women. What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, David? I've done videos of that. So what are you saying? I've done videos going at particular groups of women, divestment group, and different other stuff. So you can't run this type of thing to me because I don't play favorite. I told y'all in my earlier video, I don't do the pandering panels. I don't do the feel good ministry manosphere meetup panel. I don't do that shit. I'm going to say what the fuck I say. I literally was on those panels. I listened to that of the chat. I listened to that of the content creators. I listened to that of the hour-long speech and talking points. Now, all of a sudden, wait, somebody, is that you?
You said somebody did what?
No, there's another conservative. I'm not sure if that's conservative. David, is that you? Okay, so let me see this. David, that's you?
Yeah. StreamYard just did something wild. I don't know what that was.
I try to be careful, you know what I'm saying? People use other people's stuff, so that way, you know what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is this. If y'all
David, you're echoing.
So if people are gonna say,
BMT,
hey,
I'm gonna log all the way out and reset and come back. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine. So that of one, when I brought up about that of the leadership or the mentoring of people pushing out certain agendas or talking points that are skewing that of the vision or mindset of other people, that happens a lot in a lot of these spaces. We're not going to play like it don't happen. We're not going to play like people aren't teaching certain ideologies or talking points in these spaces. So now you have that of a man told his son and had him wait out there to go set up another man. This man was that man's driver. Was his driver. So the driver knows about where the man goes, his time, where he's at, where his meetups at. Like that's y'all don't understand. A driver, that's like a security breach job because you know the location.
But what you're saying,
hold on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know the location, right? Everybody was banking on because this woman posted her man's location. I gotta tell y'all, and I'm just saying, a lot of dudes take pictures with their female. Now, men be saying women be sneaky. We actually have a woman that is actually in love with her man and literally proud to showcase that of her man of them going out to eat. And we got a woman on here also. Most women don't mind taking pictures of their family, of their man, of their children, of things that they do with their family. Pnb Rock was a family man. So, of course, they had pictures of them doing things. MC Hustle took pictures with him and his family. A lot of these men that go out and about on daily stuff, that's a branded imagery when they post pictures with them and their family and their location. So when they said that this woman caused the death of her man and that she should be shot, dead, horrible things, now you find out, hold up, it was a whole man that orchestrated that of the death of this other man. That told
and those people are wrong. That said that, and those people were mistaken.
Right.
So
it's such a simple thing. Why not just lay this in the lap Lay this in the lap of the person who said it. Like, what's so hard about that?
I laid it in the lap of the content creators that provided it.
Well, listen, if I get on your panel and start talking reckless, you will immediately be like, that's conservative. This is not BMT. Don't blame Black Male Talk Channel for what conservative says. You would immediately do that if I started talking crazy.
Believe it or not, conservative. You know, I catch a lot of flack for just having you or Jay
for just having me on, right? So is the words coming out of my mouth? Are you responsible for what I say, BMT?
So okay, I'm gonna show you that. And Sun Kids, you remember you
I
had
mean,
this
can you be held accountable for me talking?
Hold on, David. Sun Kids, did we not have a whole dialogue about that of the onus of the content creator having the onus of what is said on their panel? Did we not have a conversation about that?
We did.
That you have to. Okay, so if me allowing you, right, to be on my panel and say what you say, most people say just kick him off. JI, how many times have people told me to kick you off my panel?
All the time.
And how often do I kick you off?
Very, very rare.
Never. But why?
But they come at me right.
Somebody off.
They come at you.
Hold on. BMT. You don't know that these people are wrong until right now. So I would get them off yesterday or 3 days ago when you don't know anything. Everybody's speculating. Everybody's arguing. Everybody's debating out there. But somehow when you're wrong about one of your ideas, you're a bad guy.
Hold on. 9 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times BMT doesn't kick me off. But when I get to going, when I get to turning up and calling people bitches, then I be getting kicked off. But it's understandable. But here's my point though. We agree with this, BMT. All conservatives saying is that we can't lay this on the lap of the manosphere. You got to lay that on the lap of the people who individually said it. Because just like on this panel, how we all don't agree, the Black manosphere doesn't all agree either. And there were people in the manosphere that felt opposite to the people that made the videos that you're making. So it's difficult to tie this whole thing into a monolith. And when people try to do that to attack the manosphere, it's like saying just because you have some soldiers that may have committed some war crimes, done some atrocities, that we should just paint the whole military with the broad brush and just dismantle the entire military because of some few bad actors. That's not how things should work.
Well, let me get this straight. So hold on now. David just did a whole. Let me just pull it up. What you said, Dave. Let me just pull up. What just show you. You don't mind me, right? Pulling up your channel, right? Let me just pull up your channel. You did a channel on. Okay, so you pulled up. You did a show on that of Black men need to learn how to vote against that of Black women. Was that a show?
Yeah, play the video, please. I would love for you to play the video. Expose your audience to why they should vote against Black women.
Now, hold on. Hold on now. So that right there, you did that one. Then the next one, we have it where J.I., how have you gone on about women are unaccountable? You just did your broad brush about that of women are unaccountable for their reproductive. You did your broad brush. I didn't say now when I say manosphere, hey, we gotta go individual. Wait. I gotta go individual. Y'all can do broad strokes and stuff. Y'all can do the broad strokes. So wait. So you're telling me to do individual, make sure
your point is falling apart. Hold on, your point is falling apart. Unless you're gonna be specific about what I say, you're just throwing this giant umbrella of bad stuff. No, make a specific argument about something I actually say.
When you jump on my panel and say Black women, are you being direct about certain Black women, or are you just saying Black women?
Bro, go to the specific claim about whatever I said about Black women. Let's address the specific claim. Because you know what? Listen. Do Black women support the weave industry? By and large, yeah, that's Black women. So their broad strokes I will stand by. I need you to be specific about the things you're accusing me of.
Okay.
I think he's just saying we all use broad strokes.
Right, like come on, bro. You
being honest, Jay. At least you're being honest. I know, Dave. I understand, Dave. You got to defend something. But if you could just be honest, you could just be honest. And that's all it takes.
No, when
No,
I
Trey,
say black
Trey,
women, when you say black women, BMT, follow it up with a specific claim. That's all I'm saying is make the specific claim. Don't just end at, you say black women, blah, blah, blah. No, say what I actually said, bro. That's what I'm getting at. Say what I said and then tell me why I'm wrong.
So the thing about it is this. Okay, so we have it where, listen, man, we can play the Special Olympic Games of trying to figure it out. Now, I understand now. I said, hey, for those who had the smoke for this Pnb Rock family, do your apology. But I know they won't do their apology. Jay, I agree. It would go against that of their interest. We can agree on that. You know what I'm saying? But that of the talking points, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. You know, you got that. You got to just be honest about it. You got to be honest about that of that we got it where some people are trying to put certain narrative out there. It is what it is. We understand that this space, because I've never seen either one of y'all know this. I've never seen either one of y'all on any type of manosphere, list. Now, shout out. I'm happy that y'all are definitely entering the game of doing content. I've looked at I looked at your account. I looked at your
BMT, I gotta say, I think I got a slight personal beef with the creators of that list, so I might never make it on there. But whatever. It's
okay. At least you're honest. At least you're honest about that. But however, a lot of the pushback content, and I got it for real. Like, we'll never see Trey and BD on any of their lists. He'll never be on any of them. They don't like his ass like that. They think he's crazy as fuck. But I listen. The minute I gave J.I. a platform, right? Other guys started doing what to you, J.I.? They started reaching out to you. Started saying, hey, come on the platform. I want to hear your talking point. Bernard Rally reached out to you. X reached out to you. You've had quite a few people reach out to you, have you not? I said, go ahead, talk to him. I didn't stop J.I., but I also had to own that whenever some stuff was said, God damn it, BMT. David, when you used to come around, man, why you let David do all that shit? Let him rock. Let him rock. I understand that it comes back on me. But I can own it. Now, if I'm wrong, have I not apologized about stuff, J.I.? Have I not owned that and apologized on my platform? If I'm wrong, I have. Now, I give it, but y'all have y'all truth. Y'all say, hey, I did say that, BMT. I stand to that. Yeah, BMT, I do that. I stand to do that. Cool. But I'm telling you, the manosphere Lynch mob that have their skewed narratives are not going to own this type of shit. Whenever certain things happen or shit goes awry, they get quiet. Motherfuckers get ghost. But they want to talk about masculinity and manliness. But whenever it comes time to the accountability, playing accountability, it's death. It's silence. You can't say you want one thing.
BMT.
Go ahead.
You keep using this word accountability, and I don't know it means. I don't think it means what you think it means.
What does accountability mean?
It's a personal thing. So again, like, you want people to be personally responsible for their wrongs. I support that 1,000%. But beyond that, what do you want?
Okay, so let's look at this. So if I'm part of a group, right, and a group gets called for doing something, they don't just call that of just the individual, they call that of the group and said, this group had this stuff. Are they going to accept that of accountability? Now, for as long as I've been in the military or been part of certain affiliated groups or unions or factions, whenever something goes wrong, they don't just say one person, they say the group. If a police officer would do something wrong, they say the New York police, because then they're saying they put it on the broader spectrum.
Can I ask you, do you think racism is right because black people do a lot of shit to other races of people?
I think racism is right?
I mean, listen, if a black person did something to a Chinese person, should all Chinese people be like, yo, you black people got to get y'all shit together? Is that where we're going now?
So you're saying if one person did something wrong, should the other person have that, or that group have that of a skewed view of the other group?
I'm
Well, they
saying,
do.
as a black person, if you believe
They
in
do.
group responsibility as a black person, then you
They
can't
do.
cry about racism. Racism
They
is the
do.
ultimate group responsibility.
They do, but they do. They actually do that. When they bring up certain crime statistics, they hold that on not just one person. They hold that on the whole group. What are you talking about? I mean, come on, dude. You played the right game.
No. Crime statistics aren't accountability. That's not the same thing. What
Are
I'm
you serious?
saying is,
Wait.
a statistic is not an accountability, bro. A statistic is a
We got a
raw
whole
number. That's it.
We got a whole. Hold on, wait. We got a whole scientist. Okay, nah, Trey, hold that shit. Just like you said, you don't, my panel and all the other shit. Stay your ass down there and host your panel. Do your shit down there, okay?
Did you ban Trey?
Right. So
Him and Trey having a moment. They'll be fine later. But no, the thing is, like BMT, is this not the definition of racism, though? I mean, I thought black people didn't want to be judged by everybody else. I thought you wanted to be judged individually.
Now, okay, so let's look at this.
It's actually prejudice, is what you're thinking about, David. It's prejudice.
Yeah, you're thinking about prejudice. That's why I was trying to help you. I was trying to help him with prejudice and racism, but I was trying to get you there.
I don't know that they are all that far apart. Like, prejudice and racism are synonymous for a reason. So
they
if you want
are
to use
synonymous,
prejudice,
but they are
okay.
different things. They are synonymous, but they're different things.
Yeah, those are
different things.
Yeah, those different
Not gonna
things.
fight you. They're very close. They're still close enough for my purposes.
No, David, Jay, I even trying to help you on this one, man. Like, you can have it. Like,
want the help. I accept his correction, but I don't think he's changing the point.
Now, hold up.
If I said prejudice, would it change the substance of what I just said to you?
David, let me say
right, it wouldn't change the substance. But by using the word prejudice, it does change the substance of what I'm telling you.
Now, hold up. But now, let me say this, David.
That's also true, David.
If a group of black girls go into a hair store and steal $100 or $200 worth, and so the owner say, "Listen, this group of black girls stole some shit. So now we're going to put up cameras. We're going to be watching this particular type of group, especially if they dress a certain type of way. They come in. Asian stores do that. They actually do that now. They actually have cameras. They actually have buzzing buttons and shit. They're predominantly in the community, but they also have their prejudice of how they watch how certain groups of blacks, how they shop. So yeah, they kind of do that.
No, the question I put to you is, the question was, shouldn't you be okay with it though?
No, I'm fine.
Can you be okay with it? Okay,
yeah,
fine.
He said he's fine with it.
Okay, I'll drop it.
Literally, I literally actually run a business. Most business owners, we understand that of prejudices that are in the business world. Like, this is not, why do you think we do capitalism or we do sales? We understand that, guess what? Niggas love sneakers. Niggas love Nike.
Let me ask you this, BMT. Let me ask you this, BMT. If you said that the Asians or certain Asian people have built up enough evidence that they have what you consider acceptable prejudice against black women, do you not think certain black men have built up enough evidence that they can have acceptable prejudice against black women? Is that impossible?
They can.
Well, what the hell are we doing here? Why can't we even beefing about anything then?
So wait a minute. So if it's fair, so if that's the case, is it fair for the black women to say that black men are dangerous?
Uh-oh.
Well, let me not say cry. I don't make that a part of my complaints.
No.
Matter.
Is it fair to say that black men are dangerous?
A lot of black men are. That's why I moved away from.
Right. So is it fair to say that a lot of black men are sexually unaccountable?
Okay, like look, when we make statements, remember,
play the game.
No, listen, I accept that. Yes, you are right. Yes, you are correct. You are correct. What more do you want me to say? I agree with you. I agree. Yes, a lot of black men are sexually irresponsible.
I
However,
wouldn't agree with that.
wait,
You see,
wait, one second, Jr.
I'm on the right panel today now.
Jr. fight his own battles, but let me make the point. Why are you only okay with group blanket statements when it's against black men? That was the whole disagreement. If I make a blanket statement about black women, you just tried to get on me. Black women this, black women that. But apparently you're okay with blanket statements when the men are the bad guy.
Okay, so let's get at that. So
No, am I correct in that? But let's not move on. Let's not move on. Am I correct in my observation?
I'm not moving on. You asked the question. Let me finish. So when I got on that of doing a show about the black women making misandrous videos about aborting babies, was that me taking that of the accountability for them or getting on them about that?
A question is never an answer to a question.
No.
No, you can't ask the question to answer my question. My question is straight up and direct. Is it okay to generalize the women? Yes or no?
I generalized that of black women doing.
Why is that so hard? Just say yeah.
So I did that. So now what, David? I just took that from you because I did that content. What are you saying?
Okay, so then why would you try to put my feet over the fire when you do it whenever you get ready to goddamn do it? Like what?
David. So who's you? Why are you trying to make
this
about
me personally? No, me personally. You just tried to hold my feet personally over the fire 5 minutes ago, even though you acknowledge you go and do the same exact thing when you get ready.
You know. Even J.I. and I just say.
Is that not what just happened? Is that not what just happened?
Fair to say. It's literally fair to say that we do broad strokes.
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Right. So why are you saying? So when I say manosphere lynch mob,
agree.
I say manosphere lynch mob. You got a problem with me saying that?
Now here's where the problem comes in. Y'all having a good back and forth. Let me hop in now. This is where the problem comes in because
you know exactly who you mad at. That's the problem. We all know you know who you mad at.
Who we mad at?
I think David went out. But what I was going to say was why we push back is because, like I said, it goes against our group interest. We don't want any negative light shown upon our group interest. And that's what it is. Just like,
what's the group? They don't make any sense.
Hold on. This just like in BMT, I know you get this, right? Because if you out with your if you have any problems with you and your group in the military, y'all may have whatever in your squad, y'all may have some issues, y'all hash it out, but nobody else need to be saying nothing about y'all, or y'all all gonna come together against that, whether they right or wrong, because you don't want nobody else talking shit about y'all. Am I right or wrong about that?
That is fair. I get what you're saying about the in-house, right? Like I would never sit on a white panel to talk shit about black people.
Right.
With them. Why the fuck? Like I look at black people who sit on white panel talk shit about black people like fucking goddamn like bitter.
You disown them.
Yeah, I don't fuck disowned. But then I'm like, okay, like it's one thing if you do it amongst your own, but if you're doing it with others, like you'll never see an agent sit on a black panel, and you'll never see an agent sit on a black panel talk about Asians. You'll never see
exactly.
They'll never do that because they're like that looks like if it's you with your elk on doing that, I will give you that. But you'll never see that of another group. Like I've been on a white panel getting on white people. Oh shit, the chat turned on me really fast. I mean, I started coming at them about opioids and meth.
See, and I don't even go on their panel. I don't even fool with them people.
If y'all don't believe me, ask Maurice Delk. I go over there. I have conversations with conservatives about all type of shit. I'm not just in this one space. I'm all over.
You're correct about that. But here's why. Because and even though you shout out to you introduced me to the league and all that, shout out to you. But you have already said that you're no longer a part of the group. You, by your admission, have already said that you're no longer Manosphere. So even though you started out there and you You've been with all the big names. You've been on all the panels. Blah, blah, blah. You're no longer that. So now when you speak against it, it's not the same as somebody in the group speaking, because you by your own admission are no longer part of the group. And that's why we push back against it. As simple as that.
Okay. So let me say this. So when I was in this space, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we had certain conversations, it started having a split about that. We started having a split when we started having family talks, or that of, like how I said, the cleanup man. Now I've never been a stepfather, but I have dealt with children that are not mine, or dealt with other things, or literally when it comes to that of
like being an uncle.
I've done shows talking about.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a direct question, BMT. Do you understand the criticisms against stepfatherhood? First off, do you understand why people criticize the idea of stepfathers? Do you even get what we're saying?
Can I finish my statement first? Can I finish my statement? He asked me a question first. Let me finish that.
Go ahead.
And then so whenever I did stuff, speaking of that, of helping Black men get back on the path of in the homeless shelter, finding jobs, getting work relief help, getting certain stuff. A lot of motherfuckers were more hypersexual, giving a fuck more about pussy and goddamn like mediocre shit. And I'm like, okay, so you're not for that, what I'm for, but you like the fuck shit. So if you want the fuck shit, go over there. So then you start seeing a split of the talk. But there's actually, I'm not the only consecrated that left. There was other consecrators that said fuck this space. Actually, other bigger than hell. You had it where a lot of other dudes that are bigger than me, they done said fuck this space. So
I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. You're right about that.
So,
you're right about that.
So y'all can pull up my resume of stuff I was talking about, and I said no, dude. This space is not what you think it is. So when I started calling out, when I stayed on the accountability line, man, fuck you, BMT. You don't give a fuck about Black men. But here I am at a halfway house trying to help these brothers get a job so that way they can get an apartment and get their life on track rather than sleeping on these cots. So how am I against Black men? But then you'll say Black men, we got to be better or this and that. But y'all got to show some niggas, I don't know what the fuck they do. Like, I don't know, like shout out to dudes drive truck. It'll be like a little nigga get a little bit of coin and swear up and down that he done made it, or he'll get a piece of pussy and that he done conquered the world. But I'm like, nigga, like, the fuck is that? Like, I mean, get it. I'm happy for you, but go over there and do your shit. I'm over here doing my shit. I don't have to. Y'all know I'm successful, but I'm like also like this. Don't talk some shit like you give a fuck for what the men are doing. But then when we're holding men accountable morally, economically, financially, just like I'm holding the women accountable on those same things, you got a problem with that shit. I don't tell other men how to do the content. I never told you or David or Sunkiss how to do y'all content. But I'm just saying, it's just like when we have these conversations.
Can I try something real quick, BMT? Nobody on YouTube can hold anybody accountable. Like, how does that work? How do you hold somebody accountable from behind your microphone?
Okay, I got you with that. So how can you hold somebody accountable? So, all right. So when I did that, there was a man that said, "Listen, BMT, you tell me I am not allowed to see my child at school. That's impossible. The school does not allow that to happen." I got literally somebody from the school that actually came on my platform and said, "No, that is actually against the law. If you are signing the paperwork, you can actually go have visitation to see your child. It's up to you to be accountable." The man said, "Oh shit, you're right. I did not know. I should have actually information research." I held him. I told him. I showed him that in front of him that of the information. Now all of a sudden he changed it up. Now he's actually seeing this kid. He needs a better relationship with this kid. Oh, like, come on, dude. Like, I do this shit, man. Like, I've done political and all types of stuff.
No, BMT. Let me correct you. Let me be very specific, right? You saying words about what other people do on the internet is not accountability. Why do you think that's accountability? Now, you convincing a man to take action is accountability by definition. You took action to solve a problem. But You saying words. This is why I asked. I made it. I framed it specifically. How can you achieve accountability saying words behind a microphone? Make that work
Okay,
for
so
me. How does that work?
Hold on,
so
hold on. We're drifting away from my point. My only point was this, BMT. The reason that we push back is because you self-pronounced for whatever reason, and you had your reasons, and what you said was right. You're far from the only person to want to distance yourself from the space. Far from the only person. But the point is, when you speak negatively against the space, the people who still are of the space are going to defend the space. That's the only point.
that's fine.
Right, wrong,
No,
or
no, no,
indifferent.
I'm not against that.
And that's where the pushback comes from. Right.
No,
So,
yeah,
so
right. You're right. You're right about that. You're right.
right.
But
So that's all it is.
No, JR, you're fine about that. I'm just showing the mirror right back. Like if you're going to say something, right, make sure you can own it. Just like you say, hey, you know what? I did say that. Just like we had the cleanup man thing. Like we had the discussion. Some men made this statement. Like, hey, black men don't ever get a chance to have hands on with kids. But then, like we had the discussion. Hey, man, there are men that clown these guys. Thank y'all for your honesty. We definitely know, for those who been there for a while, about this. So we can be honest that does happen, that the dudes are being clowned. That's why a lot of dudes don't even admit that, hey, that they are mentors or teachers or shit like that in these spaces, because they know that they're going to get clowned. Or if they're in a relationship with a woman that might already have a child or a blended family, they're going to get clowned. I don't have a problem if a man is happy with that of a family and he's doing good. I'm not going to clown him on his success. Other men will.
Hold on. How do you get rid of social problems if you're not willing to mock the people who become the problem? Like that's kind of the point of that stuff. Like, do you think that? All right, look. If men had always got laughed at for picking up a woman's mistakes, would they be picking them up right now? Would women be expecting you to pick them up just because that's what niggas always do? No.
Yeah, you're talking about shame.
You're talking about shame.
One element is shame, but still, like that's kind of the problem here.
It's
if you're not willing
social
to,
conditioning tool. Yes, that's true.
Especially whether it's men or women, mind you, it works both ways. So, like, why
That's
are we
what the
going to
Scarlet
disarm
Letter was.
ourselves?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
so why would we disarm ourselves from something that works?
So fine. But then it would have to be the latter, where if a woman says, like when I hear motherfuckers talk about game or the dating world, and they say, hey, like get a bitch to pay your car note, or get a bitch to do this, or you know what I'm saying, who gives a fuck if she got a degree or a house? Like that's your motherfucking shit now. And I'm like, well, goddamn, nigga, like hold up. So you making it come up off the bitch? Hell yeah, nigga, fuck all that other shit. Like, okay. So,
well, I get that though.
We know niggas that can do that now. I don't.
No, well, BMT, no, it's a little bit deeper though than just you personally being a bum, which I don't support. No matter how much I understand it, I don't condone it. But here's the problem, man. No, seriously, what the fuck is the point of? BMT, I'm about to be real honest. What the fuck is the point of her money?
Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know.
Seriously, as a man, like, if you're not going to benefit off of her money, then why do you want me to care about her job?
That's like telling A$AP Rocky that what's the point of you being with Rihanna?
Money isn't a question for either one of them at that point. I think you're missing the issue, BMT. No. If women typically look to men to get like resources or whatever, now women are just as capable of getting their own resources. Why do you want me to value you more because you can get resources if you're not willing to spend the money on me? Your job doesn't mean shit to me unless I'm going to benefit from it.
So wait. So you're saying that's not
like I said, I get the argument. I understand the point. Like if you're gonna go through all that trouble to go to school, get a good job, and buy a house, well, you might as well pay for shit. What the fuck did you do all that work for? Why do you think men do all that work?
That would be both. That would be both people contributing towards that of a singular.
We don't need both people if she's doing it. She went to school, so she didn't need both people. No. Listen, I'm still making the same point. She didn't go to school for we. So fuck all that we shit. I want to know what your job does for me.
So why does a man get a house? Why does a man get a house?
So he can take care of a woman. Why does a woman get a house?
So you're saying that her getting a job and money, there's no point to that, but then him getting a house.
No, I'm saying the point to it is he should benefit. If you're going to go through all of that as a woman, why doesn't a man have a right to say, well, look, what's in it for me?
You're not making no fucking sense right now.
Well, because I could be dealing with a woman who doesn't care about her job, who doesn't think she's special because she went to school. So if you think you're special because you went to school, then it has to benefit me somehow. Otherwise, it's not special.
Let me translate this simply. All he's saying is, all David is saying is that, generally speaking, men get resources to provide for women, but women don't get resources to provide for men. They, no matter what resources a woman obtains, they still want to be provided for by men, which is why men date down generally and women date up. That's what hypergamy is. And you can find any woman, no matter how successful she is in her job, she does not use her success. Like take for example, say a woman becomes a surgeon. She makes a lot of money. She's got a great career. They do not, in general, they do not use their status to say, okay, now I can date a man that's pushing buggies at Walmart or that's not making any money because I can provide for us. Whereas a man who's a surgeon, we hear stories all the time of them marrying, low level women career wise because they look to each other for different things. So I mean that's a biological fact. Women don't look, even though in the real world women do contribute to their households, because in the real world most people do split the bills in the real world. They still aren't looking to do that.
Okay, so let's look at this. Just looking at your point.
But do you agree with that, BMT, or disagree with that?
Disagree. I disagree with that.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. Because we have it where a lot of working class people, which America has a vast majority of working class people, and so majority of counterparts, they're working to provide.
Yes.
And let's contain it to that of the black man. Majority of homeowners in America, of Black America, are Black women. Black men they usually get homes when they have a family. Now, I don't agree that we should have to wait to get a woman to get a family. I think if you want to get a house, just go get a house. But to each is their own. Now, we also have a conversation that I've heard in these spaces, and also heard that, hey, these women are users. They're just using us. They're just taking our money. I even did a video where the man was complaining that, hey, I spent all this money on this woman. She should show me some type of physical, intimate affection. Wait a second. She's just doing what she does in her nature. She's getting what she can out of you. Obsidian literally did a whole compilation of videos about that, of these women are using men for their resources. Now, you cannot get mad if the woman is now saying, hey, I don't need you and your money. I got my own shit. And now the men are saying, oh, these women are rebelling. They're going against us. Wait. So do you want to get money or not? Now, you got a better chance of reaching that of the economic scale faster, because nobody's shamed Jeff Bezos. Nobody's shamed any of the majority of the successful people, their mates work. They have a job or they have shit going for them. That's interesting that you hear other men trying to say, hey, I don't give a fuck what my mate does. It's all about my money. But the majority of the successful league, their mates work much. Like, I'll see an Asian dude in the store working, and his wife is also working. Why is
you read my mind. You read my mind. His wife works for him.
It moved off the point. Hold on. It moved off the point. The point is that in general, men get resources to provide for the family. Women do not have that same, like, oh, I want to provide for my family. I want to make all this money so that I can provide for my family. Women want to be provided for, and that's why they want men to make more. If they did not, then they wouldn't have the requirement that a man make more money than them because they wouldn't mind providing. Women in general do not want to provide for the man. That's the only point. Whereas men are expected to provide for women. That's the only point.
That's why I asked the
Disagree with that.
question. What is the point of her money? What is the whole point of her money if
Now,
I'm
hold
not
on.
supposed to benefit from it?
So hold on now. I for years I've been listening to the Negro populace sing songs and praise and brag about. I have a bad bitch. I got a boss. My woman does this. My woman does that. Look at her. She does this and that. So now I'm hearing, in this space that it don't matter. But I've been throughout the time I've on this earth that motherfuckers have been using their woman to that of political access, religious access, societal access, and networking and stuff. Like you can't make this up. Like literally, most pastors have a first lady, so that way most presidents have a first lady. Most elected or most political or professionals have that of a woman in a professional field or in a professional degree. Why is it now I'm hearing out of the latter that, hey, like, and this is why I said, like, the mentoring, like, that's not a negative take in, like, a gentleman's club.
BMT.
Like,
BMT. All those. Yeah, but hold on. You listen. There's something simple. All those examples, she works for him. Her work is to support him and his mission. So when I ask what is her, like, why is her money important? What's the purpose of her money? She is literally working to support her husband in all those scenarios that you name. So you started out answering my question. She already is on the team. Whereas, like, with a woman who just another man is her boss. So that means that her money doesn't benefit you. It's not supposed to benefit you at all. Okay, fine.
No. BMT, how many women do you know they're saying, yeah, I got a good career or whatever. I want to provide for my household and be the man. I want to pay all the bills, and my man can just be at home. We know that's not the norm. This is I'm not understanding what we're disagreeing about.
Fellow Hood Voodoo Ninja, the white man that a lot of these dudes hang with. That dude sits at home while his wife goes to work. I can name other black men.
After he got injured, he was a breadwinner for years.
No, hold on.
Hold on now. There are a lot of men. We call them
homosexuals.
We don't want to see that. See now, that's interesting. That's interesting, Ji. We now call them
negative words for those men. Right,
so,
we treat them poorly, don't we?
Wait, hold on. So the men will shame that man because his wife says it's cheaper rather than daycare for you to stay home, watch the kids while I go to work and I make enough money. So we're going to call that man.
Proves my point. Here's what proves my point, BMT.
That's the men doing it now. That's the men.
Hold on, BMT. What is a homosexual? Just in 2 sentences. I'm gonna make my point. What is a homosexual?
A guy that's not doing nothing conducive towards that of the household, towards that of financially or economically or morally.
Perfect. Now, and you 100% agree with that. Now, the fact that homosexual is gender neutral, but you assigned it to a man, speaks.
No, it's not gender
hold
neutral.
on. It speaks to the dynamic that's expected in society between men and women. Because when I said hobosexual, you understood that it's a man that's living off a woman. We know that because we don't call women who live off of men homosexuals because that's the expected dynamic, which proves the point. It is for women to be provided for. It's expected for women to be provided for by men. And that's all David is saying. When it's expected for women to be provided for, go ahead, Benji.
We call them gold diggers. We call them moochers. We call them we've been calling women for a long time. They've actually had all kind of names for the women. That watch out for her. She's a moocher. She's a gold digger. She's a black widow. So women actually have the name longer than the men, It's just that now that it's different. That you have it where in this type of society or certain societies that the women go to work, that the women are going to work, and that they're being with men.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. What's going on?
Okay. Can you talk to the time?
Hold on, just meet up.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I got it. So I want to. True or false? Black women have to be strong and independent. This is your black woman abstinent, and while the one on the left. Okay. I get what you're saying about that, Freeman. Freeman's Journal. For a while, I just muted you, JI, while you was handling business. For a while in society, and see, that's the thing about it. There's a lot of women that take on dudes that say, "Hey, I don't know why they take them on, but they will take them on and say, hey, I got the money, I got X, Y, and Z going for me, and I'll still put up with that man." And the man will still say, "This is my motherfucking house. This is my motherfucking shit." Shout out to the movie Baby Boy. Shout out to big this, you know how many goddamn black movies where the dude be sitting at the crib while the woman going out there to work. Hell, I've seen a lot of black men. They driving their bitch's car while the bitch go to work, and they at home rolling up, and they selling weed in the house and shit, watching the kids.
Is that what she got the job for? Is that literally why she went to school, to get educated so she could be the head of household?
Now, actually, to be fair, they actually will still call that man like, that's my man. And that man will still say he's the head of the household. I'm sorry, I know a lot of niggas that ain't got a damn bit of lick of sense, and they still will say, "This is my motherfucking shit. This is my crib." Good luck getting that nigga out of the house. Like, I know some dudes that work and drive forklift. Their girl's a goddamn works in a whole goddamn clinic, and yet he still be running the fucking house. Like, women will submit to anything of the program nowadays. Like, they've been doing that for years, bro. Like, we're not gonna get over that. Like, women have been doing that. I think the thing about it is certain men don't like that. Certain men are getting access to women when they say, "Hold on, I put in more time and effort. Why is this guy getting that much more of affection when I put in more work than him?" Same thing I've heard from women say,
Literally, hold on. There's a logic to that. It's just like what I said. Because now that she's becoming the person who can take care of everything and pay for everything, she is not compatible with the guy who can do it on his own. She needs the baby boy because ain't nobody else going to fit perfectly in that slot.
Okay, so here's the thing about it. So
buy him his Jordans and shut up. That's my point. Buy him his Jordans and shut up.
But isn't that submitting?
Hold on. We have to agree on this.
That's submitting.
Women want to be provided for. And whether you like it or not, that show Kevin Samuels, whatever you feel about him personally, all those call-ins, all those women said the same thing from all walks of life, from the hood rats to the PhDs. They want men to provide to them, no matter how good they are financially. They want to be provided for. They all said that this is accepted. I don't even understand what the argument is about this. This is a accepted fact of society. Men work to provide. I don't even understand what the disagreement on this is.
Here's the thing about it. There was not my contention of a ladder. I'm saying that men work to provide, but then you also have it where there are women that are also now in this of the nature of society. They're also providing also. Like, we can't
Yeah, but they don't want to. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
That's the point. That's the whole point. That's why I keep saying what I'm saying.
Here's the thing about it. It would be nice to have. A lot of them would wish they had that Disney fairy princess, but that's
they don't want to provide.
But okay, but nevertheless, how many men want to work? How many men want to go to work?
Men are expected to work since birth. I don't. What do you mean want to?
Want to and are, because mind you, we have a big influx of unemployment that men are choosing not to take on jobs. They're like, fuck that, I'm not working. Fuck, I look like. Why would I do that? My bitch makes money. Like,
I would argue that men want to provide to the point that they even turn to criminality in selling drugs when they feel economically, inadequate to try and make money.
That's
I
not
would argue that men want to provide very to a very high degree, not to a low degree by any stretch of the imagination.
okay. So let's look at that. The man would rather risk cooking in his family's kitchen, illegal activity, that can risk having their children removed.
Let's be clear. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
I understand that. But if that's the latter versus that of going to work and working that of a respectable job, and I mean, and I question that of the woman's integrity, like, hey, you're now accessory because you're allowing this of an illegal activity in your household and you're not reporting it or having it removed. I literally talked about that of a man 2 days ago. Was he was kicked out of his household because he was stealing the DVD player, TV, and money. So the family had him removed from the house, and he was on the street. And I said, "Hey, man, you need to go get clean. If you want to get your family back, you got to go get cleaned up and go get a job." You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know him because we went to school way back in the day. But he was like, "Man, like, shit, I don't know, man. I be needing my fix." Now that's your choice. Now, was his family wrong for kicking him out? No, because you were destroying that of the survivability of your family. You're taking away from them for your fixation. Now, I can't get mad if somebody kick him out. I would understand. That's like J.I. If you had a woman and your woman is taking your money and giving it to another man, can I fault you if you say you got to go, bitch? Like, you're taking from me and my 2 children. Like, you out. I know you're not going to hesitate putting her ass out on the street. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all.
So
But we agree on that. The only thing we disagreed on was that women want to make money to provide for the house. They don't want to do that. But we agree on that, then we're good on that point.
So, no, in Charlotte Classic Ruby, there's a big difference between being a stay-at-home father and husband and being some no motivation-ish dude who only offers that. No, and I can understand that. Like, for me, my job allows me to work from home, right? I'm not a homosexual. I make plenty of fucking money. I choose to work out sometimes, but sometimes it's easier just for me to work from home. But I can help the kids with their work. I can help prep meals if I feel like it, or you know what I'm saying. I can do more shit.
You have a family.
But understand this, like but I'm now at that level where I am more in an executive laid back position versus some men. They're not in that position. Like, there are some men, like, they can work from home. They can literally do certain stuff, and they go, hey, like, I'll take out the meat or certain stuff while you go to work and do certain things until you get back. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people,
but it's a difference.
They're home in their job,
family.
right? But you know what I'm saying?
We can't compare that to what's going on in these different, like, whatever your dynamic is with your family, with your wife, y'all are married. So whatever the dynamic, good time, bad time, that's why it's in the vows, for rich or for poor, for better or for worse. Y'all are working that stuff out together, but you both have a vested interest in your family. So y'all are working together towards that end. You can't compare that dynamic to people, who was just fucking.
That now that's fair. Now I would ask that of, because I hear with some men saying that, what is your qualifications for being a wife? You should cook, clean, and submit. But if she don't have that title, is she still owed that of doing it? Just like I would tell a man, hey,
that depends on that. That depends on that man.
Right. And the same thing I would tell the man, like, hey, if she's not showing certain qualities that you still find befitting, should you be spending bukus of money doing X, Y, and Z? She'd be calling you like, hey, David, I need $40 for lunch. No. You don't care about me. No, like, we're not.
That's that chicken and the egg conversation where you got to ask yourself, okay, well, am I going to do it first, or you going to do it? And that's a personal thing. There's no one flat right or wrong answer. It's a personal thing for whatever the rules are that man has in place. She needs to be following his rules, and if she's following his rules, then the man, will reward her as he sees fit. But that's a personal case to case type thing.
Okay, so if she needs to follow his rules, what does he take or follow of her?
He shouldn't be well, in relationships there's compromise that happens. But I say this, as a man, you need to tell her what you want her to do, right? If she's not doing it, you don't need to be rewarding her. You don't need to be, dealing with her. Every man has what I call, the non-negotiables. So that's stuff that she got to do, and it's different for every man. So if she's doing what you require of her, then the man should be, he should do whatever he feels is appropriate for her to have at whatever stage in a relationship they're at.
Okay, like I said, well, like I said, the people or the groups or the consensus of people that have certain stuff, I would tell you that, hey, y'all owe Pnb Rock's family an apology. Y'all said what y'all said about that man's family, and it was very, very harsh and rude. To fit your narrative, y'all probably need to go say, hey man, we jumped to conclusions too early about that. Just like the other, the internet and fools that said shit, and there were people there. As far as go to content creators, I really didn't hear that holistically content creators that push back. Now, I would say I mean I heard GMT report on some stuff. He'll probably talk about it. I'll probably say O'Shea talk about it. He didn't really go in at the woman, really like that. Like there was a lot of people that said some shit, some really harsh stuff about that woman and shit. And that's not me defending the woman. I'm just looking at it in the context that's that man's family. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like you said, the woman submitting, like she literally is putting, what would she gain having him killed? He's worth more to her alive than dead. Like the man still does shows. Him being dead does not help them. So that's why I say it was stupid. Motherfucker just saying any old dumbass thing. Oh, the bitch should have known better. He should have grabbed her phone and smacked her and all that dumb shit. I'm like, nigga, like shut the fuck up. Like why would you want that man?
BNC. Now, I'm gonna get up out of here real quick, but I want to just say this in closing, and it's basically what I was saying before. I get your point. I'm not saying that you don't have any point or you're somehow totally wrong. It's just that you know exactly who you're thinking about when you have this criticism, and it's weird to make this the focus of this accountability unless you're willing to say names, because there is no group accountability. No, I'm not. I know we got to that point. We got to that point. So I'm not trying to hold that over your head no more. But that is my final statement. Accountability is a personal thing. There is no such thing as group accountability. We all got to walk in our own shoes and we got to carry our own weight. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for having me up, BMT.
No, okay, that's fine. Man. So and I will say this: whenever we talk, because we're predominantly focusing on black space, correct? Yeah, we talk that of what we deal with within proximity.
Yes.
So when we talk about the community, we're not talking about direct, accurate people. We're talking about that of the ladder.
Yeah, we're playing with broad strokes.
Right. So that's why when I say, hey, for those of the Lynch mob, y'all really did over it. Can't talk about, hey, y'all wanted to bring back balance of patriarchy and family, but then you attack a deceased man's family. The fuck you thinking? You understand? Like, can't like you're saying one thing when you're hacking off the feet of another thing. Like that shit don't make no fucking sense. That's like a dude saying, hey, like that's like an attorney signing to fight against child support, financial abortion, but the motherfucker, after he talks with you, he's going to the court and putting men on child support. You'll be like, the fuck? Why did you even sign the paper? Like, what? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all, like this. I'm gonna do a talk about the mentor motherfuckers. Like, a lot of these mentor dudes have their own skewed narrative of their own traumas and shit that they don't do. Like, it's one thing when you can own your shit, and that's part of being a man. If you're wrong, own it. Y'all can never say BMT does not go at the women just like I go at the man. Y'all gonna have to miss me with that shit. Y'all need to go really watch my channel. But
you notice, and let me make this point. You notice that whenever you go at the women, I don't push back at you. But when you go at the men, I push back, right?
Fair enough. You do.
Because it's all about life is less about right and wrong. And first off, everybody's a hypocrite because everybody serves their interests. So that there's no such thing as this upright, fair about. We all serve our interests.
Yeah.
Right. So we promote that which helps us, and we demonize and crucify that which hurts us. So that whether it's right or wrong, that's just how it goes with any group. You serve the group of your interests, and that's why Black people, as a whole, we remain so broken because we refuse, as a group in large, to promote that which is good for our interests. And that's why we just get done any kind of way in the political arena, and they don't have to do things for us, and there's nobody to hold them accountable because we don't understand serving our actual interests. Right. And Doug can say it's called double speak, but it's not double speak. Double speak is if I get up here and I say, you know what, financial abortion, men should have financial abortion. And then in another situation, I say, well, no, men shouldn't have financial abortion. That's double speak. When you speak against that which you've already said. I'm for men, and I'm against any narrative that's against men. And that men is broad, and then more specifically, Black men. So I narrow it down, and then it narrows down into a funnel until it gets to your group.
I don't like it where, like, how people say, BMT, you only go at Black men. But I'm like, where the fuck y'all be at when I go at Black women? Like, and I've gone in on Black women.
It's because you never hear anybody in another group. How often have you heard the Jews criticizing the Jews about what they do?
You gotta go. You have a point, but I've had women come up on this panel and argue and fight me. I've had that,
and it's silly for them to do so.
But I have it. Y'all can never say I have not done it. I've gone to their platform. Doug knows that. A lot of people know I don't play favorites. If I see wrong, I call it for what it is, and it is what it. That's why people say, BMT, you flip-flopping. Am I flip-flopping, or am I just holding that up a standard? You know what I'm saying? Like,
if you have no allegiance to any group, then you're fine because you already said you don't have any allegiance to any group. So you're just gonna get the pushback from whatever side, depending upon what side you're on that day, because you don't have any allegiance to a specific group, which is fine. You said, you're just equal, but in reality, nobody's just equal accountability. You're for the interests of your group, and that's it. So whoever's going against your group, you're going against it. And that's why you don't hear anybody talking about the ills in these other communities like you hear us just openly bad-mouthing our communities like this. People understand you don't go against the interests of your group, whether your group right or wrong or whatever. That's not even the point. You don't go against the interests of your group.
Okay.
That's just what it is.
Now, one of the things about it, and I will tell you this, and listen, man, part of manhood is having to own up to that account. Now, somebody said, BMT, you can't hold nobody accountable. And I'll be like, all right, cool. So then all these thousands upon thousands of panels are a waste of fucking time, which is true. You can, like, here's the thing about it. And this is why I say you're wrong. Some of y'all are wrong on that, because Y'all think motherfuckers aren't listening? They are listening. A lot of you, believe it or not, a lot of social media, a lot of law enforcement, a lot of political people,
Yeah, that's why they call them influencers.
a lot. Keyword correct. Influencers are listening. A lot of people. I've had people that I did not know outside of this space know who the fuck I was. I didn't seek them out. They just knew who I was. Like, nigga, I can Google my shit. My shit's in Google. I didn't know I was Googleable, but I am. But and when they know you for your work, they're gonna pull up. Oh, like I got people saying, "Hey, can we cite your shit?" Okay, cool. But that's because you hold a certain type of criteria standard. Y'all can't say I wasn't going hard at women when they were pushing that cutie shit. When they were doing egregious shit, just like I go hard at the men. Don't worry. I've done this, man. I've been doing this for years. I don't play the favorite game, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. So yeah, when that's why some people say, BMT, are you still with the man of spirit? No, I'm not. A lot of content creators left the space. Whoever's the fuck's still in the space, have at it. But understand that I'm going to push back. I can push back at what the fuck house I built. And if I want to knock some bricks off, if I want to tear off some boards and fuck up the floorboard and burn down the porch, bitch, I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. So it is what it is, baby. Make sure you defend your castle very well, but I'll be coming with my goddamn Chipotle, with my trebuchet, and I will be throwing rocks at the motherfucking castle. If you're going to say, hey, we want to fuck broads when they ripe and ready, BMT, y'all should already know. BMT going to take that trebuchet. I know there going to be some guys going to come over and say, BMT, I'm going to defend my talking point. Good. Defend the castle. These panels try to hold women accountable. We call it SBE. BMT caught hell from Q. Oh, listen, bro. They done dragged the fuck. Listen, boy. I tell you right now, boy. When I went at Cutie, boy, oh my God, it was like sisterhood nigga force go. Like those motherfuckers were ready. Like they were definitely fighting me, and I was definitely going hand in hand. Like that shit. Listen, they done had all kinds of slander from my name. Like I said, and we're still here. We still here. They done said all kind. I was somehow fucking a bitch all the way in California and shit. I'm like, how? I've been in the same state in Florida. How the fuck was my dick that long to reach California? You know the fuck you did. You sexually assaulted her. How? It amazes me whenever you start holding motherfuckers accountable, all of a sudden, fuck you. It's only prevalent when you're going at the other group. I can promise you. But when you go at that group, now you're an enemy. You're an op. So when I hold black men accountable, man, fuck you. You're not a real black man anyway. What? Well, how y'all want to talk about masculinity? Y'all can't talk about y'all want mentorship for black men. Hey, the black women, Ruby needs to take her son and give her son to that of the men. Well, guess what? Y'all gonna have to own up to all these mentors and teachers in the black manosphere or in these spaces and tell me how the fuck are they raising these sons right now? How are these boys doing psychologically? Please listen, y'all know I will go grab me some people and we can have this conversation. And I'll be willing to have it, but y'all can't say this space ain't saying that they're teaching and they call themselves teachers and mentors and content creators and influencers. Just saying.
But let me say this. All this talk when people have these talks about right and wrong, they're disingenuous. Because what it's really about is your interests. Whatever your interests are, for whatever your group, you're about those interests. So with your family, BMT, and I don't want you to answer this question because it's rhetorical. I don't want you to incriminate yourself. But I know that if you had the ability, if somebody in your family did something illegal and you had the means to cover it up, I believe that you would cover it up for it, because I believe that you would protect your family, because that is where your interests lie. I don't want you to answer it, yes or no, because we're not incriminating or nothing. But I'm just saying that is. But in general, I also believe that if somebody else not related to you did something bad, you would want them to be brought to justice, just generally speaking. So everybody is. Can we agree to that?
Let me answer this. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I had somebody close to me. I had somebody close to me. He Mickey the girl. Now, does anybody know what Mickeying is?
Yeah, like Roofitter.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mickeyed her, and doggone did what he did. We saw the video on the phone,
Mm.
and she didn't know. All she knows is that she woke up sleeping in the back seat of her car.
Mm.
I cried. I went in his room. I took his PS3. I broke that motherfucking shit. And I said, my nigga, you gonna have to see me, nigga. I said, the police are gonna be here in 8 minutes. I picked up his phone. He said, give me back my phone. I said, you just put your hands up. Put your hands up, bro. And he was like, bro, just give me back my fucking phone, bro. And after that, put your hands up, nigga. Put your hands up, my nigga. You foul, nigga. You did that girl in, man. You left her at the park lot in the back seat with no drawers on, all fucked up in the head now. After I busted his ass, I kissed him. I helped him put on his shoes. Some of our people were mad. They're like, why you did that? I said he did what he did to a girl. He was crying. He said, I'm scared. I said, that's okay. You got to be a man and own that. Now, some people, we had a mixed judgment, but our family don't condone that. You understand me, J.I.? We don't condone, because that shit was a plot. That shit was egregious. He took that of somebody's innocence and wronged that person. And though some people were saying, hey, that we could have prayed about it, we could have talked about it, we didn't need to bring that up. Fuck praying about it. We dealing with this shit right now. Now now understand this. I talked to him. He didn't talk to me for a few months while he was locked up. But then he sent me a letter. He said, I understand that I hurt a lot of people. He said, I hurt you. And I hurt her and I hurt other people. That girl had to go get an abortion. She had to go get an abortion. That goes against her faith. That means she had to trample over her own faith to go get an abortion. I mean, she's fucked up too. He's going to be getting out soon, and he has to hold that shit on him. He said he's not mad at me. He said, I understand. I said, but if I had did that shit, I would expect you, J.I., hey, my nigga, I know you got your loyalty, but I tell you right now, sometimes our blind loyalty is why our community is so fucked up, bro. I'm telling you right now, our blind loyalty is why this.
Let me roll this back. That, well, I was not expecting this to take that turn. That's not what I was talking about.
But I'm just showing you. No, but I'm letting you know that's how strong my moral compass of my belief is. If
On that issue, I feel you.
You understand me?
And
like
you
if
did the
I'm
right thing.
The game, like you know what I'm saying. And y'all can believe what y'all want to be. BNT ratted out family. No, because honestly, the brothers or some of her cousins, they were going to actually just come and do him up. Like the niggas told me when they pulled up on me and my boys, like, hey, my nigga, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yo, we seen your cousin. We want to shoot. We want dead. He dead. I said, I'm gonna let you know this right now. You weren't gonna kill him. You weren't gonna touch him. That's why I delivered my own justice to him and I turned him over. Because better for us to in-house deal with him. And you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
Then they had got to him and they were gonna do way worse. And we would have to bury him.
But that's what I said with the interest thing. What he did violated the morals and principles of your group, which everybody, right? It violated the morals and principles of your group, right? Mm-hmm. That was unacceptable behavior, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. So every group sets what it is unacceptable. Every group has rules everywhere. The rules may be different, but they all got their rules. There's certain lines you can't cross. So that's perfectly understandable. But what my point is that everybody works in the interests of their group. Everybody's cheated on a test. I was thinking along those lines. Like I was thinking along those lines.
I cheated on the test.
Thinking about nothing else.
I own that. I cheated on the test. Yeah, I own that. I cheated on the test.
But I'm saying along those lines, people, you cheat on tests. You're not gonna tell your friend that they cheat on tests. You most people would help their friend get away with it. Because it's in your interest. Everybody does what's in their interest. Now there's codes and there's lines that you're not supposed to cross. Like another line is children. Like, hey, children are off limits. You can't be messing around with children or whatever. It voids the loyalty and all that stuff because you cross the line. So crossing lines, that stuff is different. But in general, everybody, does what's in their interest and they do what's in the best interest of their group, even if it hurts another group, because that's just the nature of the world. That was my point. Wasn't expecting that, BMT. Goddamn. That was an example.
Right. No. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want y'all to get this. Like, bro, I'm not forcing nobody to walk this line that BMT's walking. That's why I say, and y'all hear me say this all the time. Like, I stand alone. Like, I'm not holding nobody to walk this type of line. Like, it's not like when people say, well, BMT, how the fuck you get to like 23? You don't even be getting views like that. Why? Because the line that I walk, a lot of motherfuckers these days don't want to walk. Y'all hear people talk about that shit. BMT, you're not walking this pace, this and that, and I'll be like, it's cool. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I heard a motherfucker say all black boys do is go around and shoot up, bang, 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 bang. And I'm like, that's not true. A lot of black boys who go to school, all they want to do is see their friends, get free food, like free lunch, and probably see some girls and hang out with their friends and shit. Why y'all going around making these narratives that these black boys and black girls are going around killing, chopping, and fucking and all that shit? Like, stop that. Y'all act like y'all weren't kids. And I'm not going to say there weren't some bad shit going on, but all of y'all went down. All of y'all weren't in the cool shit. All of y'all weren't in that. Like, stop, man. Like, we got that all around the board and shit. And I'm not taking away that accountability, but I swear to not, bro. Y'all make it seem like we were all in Dragon Ball Z and shit. I don't know what the fuck y'all doing back then, bro.
When I made my thing, I heard you say one time.
Great boys and shit.
I heard you say one time, BMT, that when you were in the service, if a dispute went down between you and your squad, y'all might rough it up, whatever, but y'all all had y'all story straight when y'all made it back.
No.
That's an example of what I was talking about. That's all I was saying.
In JI, that has happened.
That's all I was talking about.
And I'm showing you that has happened. Whereas to
we don't got to get too deep.
We've had, and I'm just make sure, like, I'm going on what I know. Like, there are some things that is in house, like even for I'm just gonna keep it like down to YouTube. YouTube alone, there are some people we will have backdoor, like me. You have emailed of stuff that we ourselves have talked about. You understand me? And there are some things of some content creators to some people. I remember everybody got on me about Trailerhood. You was there for that.
Yeah.
I own that and I took that. Even though I wasn't the one that did the sin, I still took the hit.
Right.
I still owned it. They still say that's BNT for. No, I don't hang out with the motherfucker like that, but I still own it. But BMT, you hate black men. But predominantly a lot of my content is catered towards y'all. Well, all you do is talk about black men. Well, I talk about us as family. Us as having money, business and shit. Like, I be trying to put out shit. Well, I bring up, like, how many of y'all motherfuckers know people bring around attorneys or motherfuckers that y'all can actually talk to and have these discussions with? That shit costs, niggas. I'm not charging y'all. Like I said, man, like, y'all, like, there's a shit about it, man. Like, at some point, you gotta pick a goddamn struggle and down on that motherfucker, man. Like, understand, yes, morale, right or wrong, is subjective to that of the person, depending on that of the situation. Trust me, I am a soldier. I understand that. One day I can be a hero. The next day I could be your worst nightmare coming down that street. But
but that's anybody.
But that's anybody. But understand this. Like when I said about the space, let's not play the game that the space don't have its goddamn infractions. And so, you know what I'm saying? Sexy Red, you could have came up. You didn't come up. You very much disappointed me. Sexy Red or Red TV Talk, you disappointed me. Like I said, the thing about it is, I'm not going to change up from how I am. That's why a lot of people, and I've had times I wanted to quit doing this shit. But I also understand a lot of people from all over come to my space because it is that of a neutral focal point where there is no one side bias. There is no one side bias. It's where you can see a JI, a JI, a D Darrell, a Red TV, a Classic Ruby. You can get every fraction of black media on my channel and has been on my channel.
Very diverse.
And listen, y'all can never take that I am not diverse. Like, trust me, I was one of the only content creators that had people of the LGBT on my panel talking openly with other people. Everybody was, oh my God, BMT, you're endorsing the LGBT. Nigga, the fuck y'all gonna talk about them? You might as well go talk your shit to them when they're in front of you. Don't switch up now, nigga. Don't switch up now that they're here. You want to talk to a polygamist? Cool. I grabbed the polygamist. Now you got to own that shit. You want to talk to the alt-right? I grabbed the alt-right. You want to talk to the left? I grabbed the left. What's going on, SKC? I grabbed every type of black person that I can reach out to with my doggone influence, and I bring them here. But don't be afraid that if the buck of that shit come here, listen, this is how I know when I say the manosphere sometimes be anti-family. Whenever I did the family panel, do y'all know how many niggas literally did shows off of the family panel and literally started ragging on that of the family men? Like, the shit was crazy. Like, I had to shut down the panel because literally that many niggas wanted to come on and rag on the family fucking men. Like, they literally turned the panel into a debate. Shout out to the league. That's how the league actually wanted to read how the league became the league. What's going on, SKC? Welcome. The Manosphere Lynch mob. The topic was the Manosphere Lynch mob owes, and the lower thinking Negroes owe Pnb Rock's family an apology. I'm not sure how much you need to be caught up on, but what's going on, man?
Nah, so you're saying that the Manosphere owes these
Lynch
people
mob.
They owe them an apology.
To those who made that of the content about the woman. It was the woman's fault why he died, why he died, right?
Oh,
They
I
were
don't know. I don't even know who the dude is.
that's fine. Like, so if you never made the content, then you understand what I'm saying? The only those who may apply to. But
Oh, I'm guessing
He
he's
was
some
just
type
he
of
was just
rapper or
painting with a
something.
broad brush.
that's why I said the manosphere lynch mob, the ones that had no problem, that like to do the persecution, and everybody's like, well, don't make the broad stroke, but I'm like, we do that unconsciously. We do broad strokes at times, and it's fine. But I'm
Well,
like, if
yeah,
you know,
generalizations are normal.
thank God. This is why I'm saying, thank God, people understand. Like, and so it's normal, and I'm
Yeah,
not,
we
and
agreed on
so
that.
right. So when I'm saying,
Yeah,
listen, guys,
without generalizations, um, you wouldn't be able to have statistics. Statistics
right,
basically help us to make generalizations. If even to a greater or lesser degree, let's say if you have 51% of a population that is doing a activity, then it would be rightful for you to say that the majority of said population is doing this. That would be a general broad stroke statement.
right. I I can't get mad if you say, hey, if you make a general broad stroke and it's accurate to that of, hey, you have black women making rap songs about killing babies. I've done that video. I'm not sure if you've seen the videos of women rapping and twerking in front of like abortion clinics. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I'm okay. So let me guess. Let me guess. Because I'm guessing by the title of your stream. Um, some rapper dude was killed, right?
Fair enough.
And I guess whatever the information came out about it, proved some people's assumptions about the situation to be incorrect, right?
Very incorrect.
All right. So then those people they need to, I guess, at whatever point they need to just own up to that they were wrong about the situation and then move on.
Where the fuck were you for all like for goddamn 2 to 3 hours
What
video? Like
what's so difficult about that? I mean, people put hashtag their name and was right, so just make a little hashtag and say, "Yo, this one I called prematurely and I was wrong about that," and then you move on about your day.
like
Now we agree on that. That's gonna say, would you agree to this? Because neither one of us, know this rapper guy. But in a more general sense, would you agree that all people, whatever their group is, they operate in the interest of their group?
I would say for the most part, I think that that's a general statement that some would say, yeah, but there are a subset of people that are in the minority that do put principles ahead of everything else, even their group.
right.
But okay, but we can agree that those are the minority, and if they go against the group for whatever reason, they you get branded as a traitor for going against the interests of the group.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody gets put in that situation at some point in time. I mean, because if not, that means that everybody would fall into peer pressure. But when you see that there is a stronger principle to uphold outside of your peers, that is what creates character.
Like I would say this again. I was part of the manosphere, but when people are
Take for yourself, BMT. There's been a bunch of times where you've had to stand against the grain on a particular subject. You mentioned it a little bit earlier because I was there when you had the stream about the family thing. I was on that panel. I saw it go
like,
crazy. But even what was it a few days ago? You had a stream, and it was my only reason for coming up because it went back to the whole thing about family. And before I could get out, what 2 or 3 sentences, people were already, oh, your point doesn't count because X X X X X, and it's like, okay, how does my point not count if I'm a married man, been married for well over a decade, have 3 children, and we're good.
I
How
don't.
would not my point matter? But again, that's what I'm saying. Um, we've all been in those situations where we've had to take stances against sometimes even the people that are in our audiences.
And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't get mad. Like that's what I'm saying. Like when people say like, "Oh, you turned or this and that." No, man. Like if you're going against that of my order or functioning of what is functional for me, like when people say I got a problem with that of the cleanup man, but then y'all say we need family and patriarchy, but then it's a man that is literally in the home leading out of a family and they're doing good. How can y'all say, well, those men are fools or they're lame or this? I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, do y'all want the man in the home or not? Like, you're literally defeating your talking point of where the men at. If there is a man willing to be a man in running home, whether it's a black home, white home, a Honduran, like the Ecuadorian home, it don't matter if there's a man in there.
But
Like,
that's the whole.
why would you
That's
be? That's what I'm saying. Like this space is backwards as fuck. Like
no, but I don't blame that on the space though, BMT. Um, that's modern black culture.
like I'm just saying, but you can't like
It's like
it's like
why do we hide from that? It's like that is modern black culture. It is modern black culture for people to call stepfathers simps. It is gone to the point to where they call regular fathers simps. There's statements in here. Okay, you must be part of them daughter ninjas. I mean, it's stuff like that. So, um, for whatever it's worth, it comes from both sides, and it a lot of it comes out of the single parent um, families, broken family structures that have been plaguing Black society for since the 70s, and it should be expected. When you have a broken family structure, you're going to create a bunch of people that have various non-family oriented ideas. So what
SBC, you're in
has
alignment
to
with
be
me, right?
expected, you know. And of course, I've been having this talk about this for a little while, Ji, and we look at all of the film that's on the ground about the community, as it were.
Hmm.
Since the late '60s on up till today, all those broken families, all of that jacked up weird stuff of I don't need no man, I'm a pimp, I lay pipe, I gone up to the '90s and the freakniks and all that other stuff all the way till today, to where you got slut walking women that are living um hypocritical. They are putting hypocritical, diametrically opposed adjectives in their actionability. I'm classy, I'm ratchet. I'm it's like stuff that they're diametrically opposed to one another. You can't be both.
Right.
And it's the same thing for a lot of the guys too. Oh, I'm a super thug. I'm from the streets. I whoop you so. Oh no, but even when it comes to the intellectuals, guys that are in the ivory tower, yeah, I'm as smart as them. No, you're not. You can't be both.
So you are in alignment with me.
And people just want to try to do this, um, I'm every woman, I'm every man type of thinking. They want to live in a fantasy world, and a lot of that fantasy comes from these broken family structures of people that they don't even know how a family works. But when you point this out, you'll have some people, men and women, that visit these spaces and panels, that will try to fight against such information with, well, I still have this, or I don't see that. And it's like, okay, so you're just playing the ostrich then and ducking your head in the sand and saying that everybody else is lying, and that is not the majority of what Black culture is today.
If memory serves, SKC, you agreed that no
What's
woman
going
should
on,
get
Doug?
child support
Harkness
or
Hall.
welfare outside of, if they had anything outside of marriage. Correct?
No, repeat that, JR.
I said, if memory serves, when we discussed this before, you are in agreement that no woman should get welfare or child support for any children she had outside of marriage. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the way I would have it. The idea, but just like you and I, we're a bit more extreme in our views on those topics. With you with the what was it
Agreed.
called, the financial what,
Financial abortion.
the financial abortion, and I'm the same way with so far as people um, attaching themselves to state programs and benefits, but don't want to sign the papers that state that the person that they're screwing and the children that they're procreating and bringing into the world, they want state benefits from them, but they don't want to sign up for the state.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, either you put your certificate together that you guys actually are engaging with each other before the state, and and formalize your union, or don't ask the state for help. No, you wanted to figure out and do your family thing. Nobody's stopping you. You can screw whoever you want. You can have as many children as you want, but then they don't. They should not be a part of the public school system. They should not be a part of public health. They should not be a part of you able to go to the court to have public monies figure out your problems. You didn't want the public and the state to be in your life, so why are you asking the state to help?
We agree on that. Because inadvertently, that would lead to financial abortion. Because we know that they're not having these children in wedlock. So that would, by default, that would lead to what I want anyway. It'd be like financial abortion. So we are in a complete agreement of that.
But I would say this, that no, listen, like when you try to go full radical, it never fully works. Like it never fully works, man. Like you see already how the country is going right now when it's fully radical one thing. Like you got to have a balance. Like if you do, let's say by some perchance that
I don't think we've done it. That's why it's not working, because we haven't done it yet.
it was a thing already. Like you could have it where, like no matter like okay, so you'll say do it where that families if the child is born out of wedlock, then that's on the mother. Okay, so now then that's going to stop women and men from having sex. It's not.
No,
That's not.
They can do whatever they want. I'm
It's
saying
not to stop it. It's
I'm
to
saying
it's to
don't.
remove the government intervention.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. It's like nobody is stopping you from having the free will to do whatever it is that you want. Maybe you figured something out that where you want to operate that way. Fine. But since that's your freedom of choice and you want to work in a way that is works outside of the system, you do not believe in the legitimacy of the laws, then figure it out on your own. Don't cry to the public to fix your ills.
Exactly.
Now
it's like you want it to be big and bad and do things your way. So then why are you wanting to cry to society now?
Now, would it be fair if we also, this is my opinion, that we stop financially bailing out companies and corporations and everything? Can we also do that also?
That's a separate argument, but I also agree with that. Yes.
I have I don't know. I have to think about that one more because I don't see the correlation. I'm with Ji on that. That I don't see the correlation between the two, and here's the reason why. Because let's say you have the people who are screwing each other and living however they want to live. Okay, fine, but they're not employing anybody either.
Okay.
Yeah, when it comes to corporations, that's more about this system that we have is a delicate and fragile system. It's imperfect because it's made by humans, but it's very delicate and fragile. So there's this saying that I'm sure y'all have heard that we're only 3 meals away from chaos at any given time, right? Which basically just means if people miss three meals, they're all this civility of society is going to disappear because people are going to start going crazy. So the government, part of their job is to, manage that with these corporations. And even though I agree that we should just let them fail, that's they the reasons that they don't, I can understand why they don't, because the consequences will be far reaching and spill into other categories. So I can understand the corporate welfare, even though I don't agree with it. I can better understand it.
Yeah, it gives you a better outcome than the other thing. And for what it's worth, when it comes to all of the other stuff that people talk about, that typically lean into black society, redlining, not getting this and that, and all of the ills of white supremacy and so forth. I absolutely agree with benign neglect. I think it's a good thing.
So I'm looking at this, and I hear that because there are countries that do not have that of a system, and I've been to those countries that don't have a system, and they suck. Like they suck. I'm trying to figure out if America were to jump to that system. I'm like, if you take the welfare system, take all the goddamn bailout systems away. Like, take them all away. Like, don't bail out nobody for ill appropriate funds. Let them all own bills. Like, they do something. Let them. I'm telling you right now, the society's gonna crash. Like this, it's not gonna last long. Like if that's the case, then we wouldn't be having a lottery system for kids to go to like certain colleges, schools, or something like that, or IEP programs. If your kid is like suffering, like they can fill in.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I think that if you were to get rid of some governmental entities, that there would be some groups, private groups, that would fill it, that would fill in the gap as they see fit. Um, uh, Ruby said something earlier. She said, "A child born out of wedlock should not have access to education or medical care." Did I hear that correctly? Yes, absolutely. And part of the reason of that is yeah, it may sound harsh at first, but what you're doing, you're teaching people who have children to be responsible.
Not
I
only
think
that,
like
but I disagree with her sentiment in saying that it only hurts the child. No, what's happening now is hurting the child as well. But see, people mistake, and you can look at the statistics and see the success rates of these these children from single mother households, and see that they're the highest incarcerated, the lowest financially successful. All these stuff is hurting the children now, but they don't really want to fix it because I say this all the time: women don't care because they're gonna benefit from these programs. So they just say anything. They don't care about these kids. These kids are suffering right now in real time. They're
And
suffering.
and in addition to that, uh, and it's like I have to go back into my John Lockean days. It works against the public's interest and starts to impede upon uh, the principles of private property, because now you're forcing other people to pay for other people's mistakes.
okay. Now I'm trying to piece together, and I probably had to talk about this earlier because it's like okay, so um, but I'm trying to figure out how the women outclassing the men in the community for whatever reason. And yeah, the boys are failing. Like I'm trying to like how is it night and day? There are more
Easy,
girls
Oh,
that
as a former teacher, I
that's
can
really
tell you.
easy. Oh, go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Jay.
go ahead,
I'll
SKC.
follow you.
Okay, easy, I can tell you. And as a former teacher, I can tell you that. I taught at the elementary level. I was certified for pre-K through fifth grade, and I've taught pre-K. I left out teaching third grade. I had children coming to me that were in third grade, and that was a benchmark test year for my state. They were reading on the kindergarten, first grade level, and it was just common. It was just the thing to do. I taught at a Title One school, 99% free lunch. That just was the norm. So the reason that these boys are failing so much is because their parents have failed them. All right. The reason what SKC is saying would make more sense is because they would already be in a two-parent household. What he's saying, the only people that would be able to attend school would be children from a productive, I want to say productive, from an environment where there's two parents, all right, which
Yep.
automatically gives them a boost, which automatically increases the likelihood that the child was planned, that the child was wanted, and that the parents both have a vested interest in the success of that child. What I saw and what I met with is countless single mothers who all sing the same sad tune. Baby daddy was in jail. Baby daddy was nowhere to be found. Baby daddy, blah, blah, blah. But you know what they all had in common? They were never married. They weren't ever married. They didn't ever start out as a family. They started out behind. So you have these boys that have these issues. They're acting out because at that age, they're really starting to want their fathers around. I've had to talk to these children, and one of the reasons I had to leave teaching is because they wanted me to be these kids' father. I'm like, I'm not here for that. I can be a mentor to them. I can be a teacher to them. You cannot replace a father with a teacher. That's not how that works. But
Yep.
that's what they want you to do, and that's what these kids need. So when these kids don't have a stable family unit that actually cares about them, the last thing on their list to care about is school. And these boys fall behind because these boys are more likely to act out in aggressive and masculine ways as opposed to the girls.
And the only ones that I think it's being done completely wrong so far as like if you did have like a governmental program that were for children or different things, that should be reserved for special interest cases such as um, a family member died. Something like that. But this idea of, oh, you had these two people and they was just fooling around, and now they created a third or fourth or fifth person, and now they don't know what to do, and they would just want everybody to bail them out, and because we love the kids, it's like, no. um how about this? That when you don't have, when the fruit of your loins do not have access to all of those public things, then though that fruit will look at the two that created them and say, you effed up my life. You didn't plan for me. You put me in this position where I'm an outlier of society. Why? Because you just wanted the bus. And
And
I think
SKC
it's
is more
and
cruel
I
than
think that
mine, I
it's
think.
I think that it's a wrong concept to even believe that having a majority of single mother-led households and calling that a community is a false dichotomy. That's not a community.
So let me get it over to Red. I only got so much more minutes left. Let's see. Let me read these comments real quick. Punishing and depriving children only hurts the child. The child is the only innocent party. Is the only one who doesn't deserve consequences for his lack of discipline and her spreading the syndrome. Um, if you add a consequence that only hurts and deprives the children, and that will not change the behavior of the adults and will end up hurting society as a whole. Um, it will not change the frequency of out of wedlock births because that's not a direct consequence for the adult. It will surely raise poverty, crime rates in short order. So I can agree on that.
She's just purely wrong.
I've seen that in the school system, especially with the male teachers. Okay, so yeah, and it's definitely gonna increase the crime rate and poverty. That's definitely gonna happen. I've been
not
It
really.
will fix the crime rate and
I've been
poverty.
the second and third world country. They don't got no
But
damn.
what you're removing is the United States' ability for women to already work and women to have opportunity, which doesn't exist in those third world countries. So in this country, all we were telling them is you're going to be punished if you make these bad decisions. So they're going to say, you know what? I need to not make these bad decisions so I can have a good shot at this. In those other countries, they don't have any options. That's why they're trying to get here. That's the difference that you're not factoring in.
There have to be some level of accountability.
Yeah, like how are they punished? Like you keep saying they're punished. Like
Easily. You make them the mud sill of society.
Okay. So, like
all of them. You make them the mud sill of society.
Okay, but if a woman, I'm gonna get over to you, Red Pill Fight. If a woman, like they have a paper, you've seen it, SKC. They asked the mother, like, do you want to keep the child? Like, they asked the mother, like, do you want to keep this kid? If the mother says no, literally she can, hey, dad, it's up to you. Do you want to keep the child? When both parents say no, we want to put it for adoption, then that kid, then they're not getting punished. That child just goes to the child just gets incubated and taken down there. Nobody gets punished. Like literally,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think personally, I think people who get into those situations, if you, I don't know, let's say you go to any type of court or something, and you want help and all this other stuff, you want benefits and blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, 6 months, but here's the trade-off: you're sterilized.
See, SKC is going down the road of eugenics, and he has a really people think it's me, but it's really SKC they need to be worried about.
You want a meal ticket back into society, and now you want to deal with the program, and you want to act right. And now you got this child that you can't take care of, and you need all of this help. Okay, here is 6 months, but the trade-off is you're now sterile.
See, SKC is on the eugenics.
You gotta understand, there gotta be some level of way to stop people from making the same mistake over and over again.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, there gotta be a system in place so people don't make the same mistakes over and over again, man. Like this been going on for like at least 40 years, man. And if people aren't being held accountable and nobody actually able to put in the system in place to where like that don't happen again, I mean, we're gonna have the same thing that we have now in the future.
Like I'm trying to say, and here's the thing I'm trying to put out there. Like this is a whole nother conversation, but again, I'm saying that that's like asking a man to go get a vasectomy. Like, hey guys, you made
I don't know
baby.
if I would go that extreme though. I don't know.
Whoa, hold on now. We're talking eugenics. See what I'm saying? Like, you see how you say, whoa, that's extreme. But
I'm against eugenics. Let the record show I'm against it.
Now, the thing about it is this. So, I'm for people if they want to go get the snips. Yes, I feel like go get that. Like I'm for that. Like, hey, this woman is making kids and they're not being accountable. Like, hey, bro, you got 2 or 3 women pregnant and you're not making no family. We should take you and we should solder off your nutsack. So that way you can never make any more bastard children in the fucking world. Just like if the woman, you're not being accountable. Okay, cool. Y'all want to play the eugenic game? I'm for that. Start clipping and soldering. I'd be gladly drive them right into the goddamn facility and all that stuff. But I can promise you, you're gonna have a lot more men. Like, whoa, I don't know. We don't want to do this. I can tell you right now.
Why would the men not want to do that?
Huh?
Why would the men not want to do that?
Well, you don't have to worry about any more kids, right, Red? You don't have to worry about no more kids. You get your snips, you're done.
Well, are you talking about the man that is having kids out of wedlock?
No, let's say if a man is just making kids, but he ain't making no family. He just making babies. I'm like just like the woman. If she just having babies, but she ain't making a family, yeah, I wouldn't be against. Okay, cool. Start.
Yeah, I
Hey,
mean, if it's for both of them, yeah, that's cool. But I mean,
now
that's
listen.
kind of
Now
extreme. I wouldn't want to do that, but you know,
I'm just saying, like, hey, this is what I'm saying, like, the vasectomy is reversible. Yes, it is reversible.
but I
Um,
don't want to give the government that much power anyway, so I think I'm gonna be against that.
oh, like I said,
It's a very slippery slope.
Right.
It's a dangerous ideology to entertain. Now SKC is on that, but I am not for eugenics. Just be clear.
like so, yeah, like I said, like when people saying, hey, pull one thing, the government doesn't do nothing for free. Everything comes at a price. Everything comes at a price, and so
Well,
if you're
I think that's one of the problems when it comes to and I'm not trying to be facetious with this, but a
not like
lot of
I love these conversations. You know, I love these conversations.
but a lot of women and also a lot of the uh, ultra pro blacks, they don't think of things in terms of productivity. They just think just print the money and everything else is okay. And it's like that's just a weird way of thinking. And you can't run a functional society that way.
I think, like I said, like I'm gonna have to. I would have to do this. I would have to do this one tomorrow about
And
that.
and Doug, and Doug is right when he says the problem. He says SKC. The problem with that, it will be too many children running the streets. You're right, and that's why you create a mud seal society where you have a large contingency of uh, private prisons and so forth, where you have people that do all sorts of work that other people don't want to do, and you
Hold
make money
on,
off
hold
of them.
on.
Hey, and it is what it is.
Yo, that sound kind of wild though. I ain't gonna lie. That sound like a
I
concentration
told y'all, hey,
camp.
bro, y'all.
This sound wild.
I let Megatron talk enough. Megatron want to show you his ultimate scheme. Like,
They're going
Hey,
they're going to be
that's SKC
productive
for
one way or the other.
oh, y'all going, y'all. Hey, listen. My theory is this: if they when they start making, as far as American society is going, they're going to start making permanent classes. So when enough children start getting pumped out, whether it be illegal or legal, they're going to be like, this is going to be your job. This is going to be your status. You can never move out. You are a pipe fixer, a pipe cleaner. You are that of the sewage maintenance man. Like, that's going to be your job to do this and that. Like, you do not remove, you can't move out of this. Like, once we get there, I'm going to be like, all
yeah,
right,
a
I'll probably.
caste system.
So
Yeah,
I promise y'all,
and
listen,
there's
that's
even a
up.
tiny
If y'all
fix for
want
that.
it, girl, I hope y'all.
Well, there's even a tiny fix for that. Even a tiny fix for that. I would be willing to say, you know what? You can have in the private sector, you can have people that maybe they want to sponsor a child that shows great ability, or you have a lottery where you have certain people where okay, you've been in the throes of the underworld of the mud seal society, and you get a lottery ticket every so many years.
See, messing around with
Okay,
SKC, y'all gonna find
fine.
yourself at the
Yeah,
hundred.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't like that
Y'all gonna be
idea,
a hundred
bro. I'm gonna
million
have to
family.
pass.
Hey, like I said, this is why I can't leave Megatron out to doing his own thing, man.
Well, I
Y'all.
mean, but there would be more law and order, and a lot
You're
of
right.
it
It would be
would have a
more
lot
law
more
and order,
peace.
but the cost. It's akin to China. Like when China did its one child policy, I could see the United States trying to do something like that, but there, it's gonna end badly. What you're talking about would breed more law and order. Yes, it would, but it's gonna end terribly.
How so?
I mean, I would just say add a penalty fee like every year for every kid that you have.
I'll tell you how
Nah,
soon.
That I don't think that'll work. And here's the reason.
You can't penalize people who can't pay. But I can tell you how it's
Correct. You can't penalize people who can't pay. The only thing that you can do is you can make them work.
See, here's
I'm
what
not mad
SKC,
at him. You don't have to live in the animated.
here's the danger of what SKC is saying and why it will backfire. First off, we cannot separate as much as people would like to. We can't separate the realities of tribalism and individual, group identity from anything. So what will happen is if what SKC is talking about, it will just push black people back into a pseudo slavery. There will be other groups there too, but it will primarily push black people back into pseudo slavery until we find our way back onto the plantation.
I think I have to agree with that one.
Okay, well,
that's what would happen.
Okay, well, Ji, isn't there a large contingency of Black America that's already pseudo slaves anyway?
I can agree with what you're saying, but the sentiment is different. It's different between being poor and having to go to a menial labor job or whatever, and truly being stuck in a slave system where you're forced to work like what you're talking about. There's a difference.
No, are you talking? Are you referring to like prison?
Poor. I'm not even talking about being poor.
I'm
saying you have a large contingency that is mentally enslaved.
Okay, but that's true. But there's a separation between physical slavery and mental slavery / indoctrination / brainwashing / whatever you want to call it. I draw the line there. Now, what you're saying would bring law and order. It would fix these issues, but I believe it would do more harm than good over the long term. I believe it would just create a caste system for America where people will find themselves stuck at the bottom, unable to ever move up, and eventually we'll find ourselves in the Hunger Games. That's what you're talking about will eventually happen. It'll be a separation with all the poor people, and it'll be all the rich people living lavishly and blah blah, and all the poor people will be fighting in the Hunger Games trying to get a ticket out.
I would say no. Okay, this is why I disagree is this. The mud seal of society will be doing work, non-optional work.
Non-optional. That's slavery. That's slavery.
Yes. No, okay. These are new times. We have new words
we can't
for things
redefine words
and so
now,
forth.
bro.
If people can have he, her, zim, z's, all that other stuff, blah blah blah, we can say non-optional
slavery to non-optional work.
Yes.
I think it should be more of a community cultural thing. Like, all right, the community would just extradite you out, but I don't think it should come from the government. It should come in some form of the community.
Can't do it. And
why not?
Here's the reason why. You have a pseudo community right now that wants that wants police a la carte, but then has a non-snitching rule that works that's diametrically opposed to law and order. So no, you cannot trust certain communities because certain communities don't really have a functioning culture.
I wouldn't trust the government either with that power.
What you would say? SKC, how would one find themselves in the lower rungs of what you're stating, and working in the
parents put them in there. All the people
camps.
that have to eat, sleep, fight, bust. They just can't. They have no self-control. They have to bust. Well, they're creating the society that is needed to have all of that, all of the non-optional work that the rest of society needs done.
So what if a person?
So those people can stay as hypersexualized as they want. They can keep on busing, and they can keep on creating the non-optional future workers of America.
So your world is just making people who need welfare, government assistance, it's only turning them into non-optional workers, right?
Yeah, because they can't control themselves.
But it's
So
not
we
about
gonna
control.
punish
It's
their
about being able to
offspring
provide,
by
right?
making them do non-optional work?
Yes, we're going to punish their dysfunction.
Oh no, we can't have
Bro,
that here,
bro,
bro.
I mean, I will listen. I'm going to run that show tomorrow. I will
Call it
run that.
non-optional work.
Every see whenever you people have these conversations, and I only been here for what, about 30 minutes. Whenever we enter these conversations, and I'm a lay something out. This is a guess. This is a guess. I bet you earlier in this discussion you had people crying about accountability. Am I lying?
Yes.
And then
You are
now once you
correct.
put accountability before everybody, now you got people that want to crawfish and
But we
back up.
can't
Oh
punish
no,
their
we
offspring.
can't have that.
We
Now,
cannot punish
hold
their
on. Now,
offspring.
SKC,
We differ in the
you didn't hear me
mechanism
say
of
anything. You
enforcing
didn't hear me say
that kind of.
anything about that. I just said, hey, you know what? That's why you hear me say what you hear me just say. BMT will do a show on that about I will do the omniverse if the financial abortion doctrine went through. Will Black America survive?
No, because Black America doesn't want accountability. It is what it is. The culture is anti-family. It's anti-accountability because for you to have a functional family, everyone has to understand their role and understand that they're accountable to each other in order for that family to function right. But when you have a bunch of people who don't come from a strong family structure, they don't believe in accountability. They are antisocial, and they believe that people should just give them stuff and that their crap doesn't smell.
SKC, in your imagined world, like Nick Cannon, he has a bunch of kids, but he can afford them because he's very wealthy. Would he be forced into your forced working camp, or would he be okay
No,
because he can afford it?
no. What it would be is as long as his kids were not part of the public institutions. If he can afford to send them to public school, private school, and the private schools accept that, fine. If he can pay for all the medical stuff out of his pocket, fine.
Okay, so yours is only for people that need any kind of
But when you
government
go to the
assistance.
public asking for help, then the public should be able to trade your demand for some sort of consequence. Yes, we will help. It will be
Ruben got a
similar
lot to
to
say in the chat, but he won't come up
If
on the
BMT
panel.
had a guy that he came across, and this guy came up to BMT, said, BMT, bro, I'm hard on my luck. I made a lot of bad decisions in life. You have a company, you got a business, you got a family, bro. Just let me sleep outside and work for you. And then BMT said, you know what? Okay, but these are the rules. Is not BMT in the right to be able to lay down some ground rules and some consequences if this guy doesn't hold to the demands?
Why doesn't Ruby join the panel since she has so much to say? She's a coward. But to you, SKC, and let me be clear. Me and SKC disagree on this. Let me be very clear. I am for financial abortion and men's reproductive rights and equality under the law between men and women. SKC is not playing with y'all. He would be putting y'all to the sword, heads rolling. All right.
They
He
do that to each other anyway.
listen.
Why are
I'm
we playing
listening.
this
I feel
game?
you. I feel you. SKC is that old feudalism Japan, like where you get out of pocket, your head get cut off on the spot. That's what he would have. It is super order and super law because it's immediate
I am going to
consequence.
do the show. I'm going to do that show uh, in honor of you. I'm going to do the show for y'all too. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I already got the picture and everything ready. Y'all actually like the picture. The picture's actually pretty cool. Let me show you the picture. I make so many fun, cool clip arts and shit. It's pretty amazing. Like, but I actually thought of this when SKC was talking about how to line them up and shit. I just said, fuck it. I'm gonna go get this picture, and I did it. So don't steal my fucking thumbnail, assholes. Like, it's actually pretty cool. So I'm going to use this picture right here. Let me go grab it.
What time are you
But
gonna
I'm
do
going
the
to
show, Ben?
I'm going to do it tomorrow. I should probably do it. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Tomorrow's
Thursday.
Thursday.
Tomorrow. Okay, if it's Thursday, I got to do that. I'm going to do it around 11 or 12. I'm going to do it around 11 or 12. Because, yeah, I got to do it around 11 or 12. Like it's.
You know what the
This is
new
my thumbnail.
motto. You know what the new motto of the country would be, Jr.
What's that?
Don't have kids.
Freedom isn't free.
It's already like that. It already is. That is
That
the
shit.
goddamn motto. That is our
Yeah, you
motto.
can say
Freedom
that.
is free. You want
SKC, I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm not saying it wouldn't correct these issues. I'm saying it's not the method I would choose
My
to
thing
correct
is,
these issues.
I wouldn't punish the children. I would only really punish the two adults. I'll let the
You
kids.
have to
I
punish the children.
There is no
no.
not punishing the children. That's
You
a lie.
have to
Let me
punish the
say this.
children.
That
And
is a lie.
here's the reason why, Red Pill. Because if you don't punish the children, you're punishing everybody else in society for those children even being alive.
But
Somebody else
isn't the
has to pick
slave
up the
labor
tab.
paying for the kid to be in that society?
Say what?
Isn't their parents working these low wage jobs or these slavery jobs? Isn't that going to provide for that kid to be in that society?
No, that's going to provide for that kid to have food, covering, a place to reside at, and the hope of being able to join society.
Now, I was going to do this picture at first. This was going to be my original picture. But that would be for later. My other picture.
Did that guy get all those women pregnant?
Yeah, he got
that's
all them
his
pregnant.
baby mamas.
Oh,
This
wow.
would be my picture. This will be my picture thumbnail. I will be doing this picture right here. So that's going to be my picture. I'm going to have this picture nice and ready for goddamn the next thumbnail. So it's going to be ready. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. So, yeah. What should be the title? What do y'all want the title to be? I need the title. God damn it.
The title should be Eugenics, the New World Order.
That's a really good.
That sounds kind of radical.
Whatever you want to make it, BMT. But I already know that some of your main critics are going to be women, because they talk all that stuff about accountability, but when it deals with definite changes that would have to come on their half, particularly when it comes to sexuality, all of that goes out the window.
I got you.
Because a lot of women like free stuff.
You hear that, Sexy Red?
I look forward to that.
Y'all like free stuff. Y'all like being nasty and laying on your back. So,
hey, I'm gonna make
Nick said something that was pertinent that I heard early this morning, and I thought it was just a very good point. And I'm gonna steal it from him. All these people say this crazy stuff about in the community, men need to build, Dude, America is already built. It only needs to be maintained.
That's
I
true.
can agree to that.
I'm gonna say this last little thing. I'm gonna slide out
BMT.
BMT. This was a great panel. I'm looking forward to that one tomorrow. SKC is the one y'all need to be worried about, not me. I only want equality under the law for men and women, for men to have reproductive rights. I'm not trying to send y'all down to the Hunger Games and slavery and eugenics. That's all SKC. All right.
Well, JR. On that though, you know what? People can laugh and stuff about it and all that stuff right now. But as I see it right now, a lot of the Black community they already are slaves.
Oh Lord, man.
I feel what you're
Damn,
saying.
that's kind of deep, bro.
I feel
Yeah, I
Lord
what
mean,
you're
have
think
saying.
mercy.
about it. Think about it. You
I'm
don't
already gonna be,
as
that's
a black person, you really don't have a vote. Your vote is blue. Period.
Oh, be quiet. Here he go.
As a black person, you really don't can't step outside of quote unquote certain ideas and ideology and so forth. As soon as you do that, you're no longer black. Black people will tell you, no, if you do this, no, you're white now.
I get it.
They're
I'm not
already
arguing
slaves.
against that.
I told y'all SKC is Megatron.
In a slave mentality and so forth, the biggest and the baddest slave was the person looked up to, and the most virile women were the ones looked up to in a slave camp. What do you think is going on right now?
I told you he's Megatron, y'all. Y'all don't believe when I listen, man. This is I have to fight Megatron and his eugenics doctrine. Like y'all, listen, boy. Y'all better pray
There are
that
people. There are institutions that are set up to make money off of the dysfunction of black people. They make billions off of it. Billions.
Oh, we know, and that's business.
That
But
is
what
kind of
I
true.
Is that not called slavery?
listen,
I think you have a choice to
you
participate in
debate
that.
that, but we're gonna save it for tomorrow. I'm gonna slide out BMT. Hey,
J.I.
SKT, you
so
gonna come to
happy
the thing tomorrow?
but J.I. so happy. It's the, I can't.
It's,
I
it's
don't have
wild. SKT, are you gonna be able to show up to it?
We'll see. We'll see. But you know
Okay.
what? I'll say this, Jr. As the playing field is what it is right now in 2022, I enjoy happily and I with glee. I enjoy making money off of the dysfunction of black people. I do.
Hold on, so you were just talking shit
All
about the
that
people who was
hypersexuality and all.
benefiting off the black people. Now,
Red,
hold on, man.
Red,
This
now
shit
you
sound
Red.
crazy, bro.
Now you understand, Red.
This shit sound crazy. Now you want to benefit, so you want to be the
Yeah.
kingpin.
No, I don't want to be a kingpin.
Yes, you do. You just said it.
I
You
don't
just said
want to be a kingpin. I just want to get my share.
no,
Listen,
man, no, it
I
don't work
told
like
y'all,
that, G.
no. I told
not?
y'all,
Why not?
y'all was shaking
Why
hands with
not?
Megatron. Y'all
Why
should have
not?
known.
Why not? You
Nah, I
have
disagree
rappers
from
and
the jump. I
strippers
said it
and
was
stuff
wild. You feel
that
me?
benefit off of your dysfunction right
But
now.
why
Why
did
can't
you want to
I?
benefit now?
Oh Lord, I told you don't trust the Decepticon. That
Why
Decepticon.
can't why is it such a problem if I do it? But rappers can do it every day.
No, I
It's
told you.
not. It's not even acceptable for rappers to do it though.
Yes, it is. They're
No, it
venerated.
ain't.
They're
That's
loved.
because the culture right now
Red
do
Pill,
accept
No, it
that.
ain't no right now. It is what it is. The
Red
culture
Pill,
does
I
what they
don't
want.
accept it.
Red Pill, you are more than welcome to show up, homie. I'm just
I
letting you
would
They
know.
show
want
up
to be.
though.
They want to be
See Zach
slaves.
where
They're
his body
bred
at.
to be
I have
slaves.
no problem showing up
You
because
see
some of the
exactly
shit
where
you
his
just
body's
said is
at.
crazy, bro.
Yo,
Like you want some Adolf Hitler shit, low key
They
though,
need to be
and you
slaves.
trying to step your way into power and shit. You know what I'm
No, I'm not
saying?
stepping my way into nothing. They want it.
yo, I told
Like
y'all,
I
man.
said, you
They
want to be the
want
I told
it.
kingpin, bro.
y'all.
I rather you just say that shit up front, but ain't nothing wrong with you wanting to be the one that benefit off the dysfunction. Go ahead, do your thing, but just be upfront
No,
with
I
your
already
shit.
am.
After what I heard today, it seems so. You letting everybody know in the
Yes,
chat right now.
yes. I would be a fool not to.
Red, now you, hey, you saw what I told
There's a
y'all.
lot of black politicians
That was
that do it
very
every
sneaky. I peeped
day.
that BMT. He tried to slide that in there.
He's look, hey, he did that.
No. There's no
Y'all voted for
slide
him.
in there at all. I'm very open about that.
Hey, he said, y'all, hey, he had no problem. Y'all going back into Hunger Games slavery. y'all
God
told
damn,
y'all.
dog. I mean, I
Megatron
know the
is
black
real, boy.
community fucked up, but it's like,
Twerking to the
man,
chains. That's what I want to see. I want to see a chick that is on I want to see a video of a chick that is actually in fetters twerking butt naked. That's what I want to see.
oh
my
man.
God. Brad, this is why
Yeah.
I need you. I need you, homie. You see what's going on?
Yeah, this I don't even know what I stepped into.
You know the
man.
thing about it is, you know the thing about it, and see, here's the thing about it. The mantra "Let it burn" that came straight from him, straight from him. I was there on the TPOT, and the thing about it was me, Jay Shine, and Classic Ruby, and X. SKC said that so like there was his heartbeat didn't even skip a beat when he said it. Like that's how I knew this motherfucker is
This
real.
nigga cold, man.
Yeah,
Like I don't want to say I want to see this shit
no.
down.
These
You know what
dudes
I'm saying?
will sit up here.
Hey, bro, y'all better learn to fear SKC.
I would really
bro.
want this shit to be
You
salvaged,
know something,
but
BMT.
I don't
The
want to see what
hypocrisy, the
Megatron got going
hypocrisy
on.
of the community is glorious, man. They will sit up and talk about all of the murderous and disgustingly hypersexualized stuff. You know, there was this song somebody played the other day. They were talking about pregnant P and the baby sucking the D and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, but have me say something and it's clean. Oh, that's too far. You cold.
Nigga, what you said was not clean.
Hey, listen, I told y'all, listen,
You
SKC.
cold. Dudes up here doing rap music and stuff, and they dancing on the graves
You
of the
have
people
the
that
option
they
to
killed, and
listen to it or
everybody just,
not.
oh yeah,
With your
it's lit.
system, you ain't
That's
got no
fire.
option if you the kid.
Why are you this cold? Why are you being this cold, Megatron? Megatron, why are you being this cold? Why are you this
I'm
cold?
being fair.
Why
I'm
you want to
being fair.
twerk into this slavery? I'm going.
Why
That's what I'm
not?
gonna do.
Just go ahead. Go to the next level. Take it to the next level. You already twerking in front of the Parenthood thing, the Planned Parenthood. Hey, do a video. You twerking. You got the feathers on, and somebody, you got somebody dressed up like Margaret Sanger that has some big bulky Negroes in the background getting whipped.
Lord have mercy. Save us, Jesus. Save us.
Money coming out of the sky. Come on, do it big.
Oh, I told y'all when Megatron started up his engine, he don't. I told y'all we all. Oh yeah, that's cool. I think we agree. Y'all listen. When I just have to let SKC just talk for over 10 minutes.
Where's the new Underground Railroad trio? What they call drill rap?
Lord,
come on now, do it.
Nah, they gonna need an Underground Railroad system for what you got going on with. Cause I don't think I could participate.
Don't worry, y'all gonna hear him get it off tomorrow. Y'all gonna hear him in full form. Like I'll tell you right now, he gonna be nice. He gonna have his orange juice. He gonna have his everything set up. Y'all gonna see Megatron in full fashion.
That's where it goes. People go with this whole thing, and then they start to cry out. The women start to go, why does he act that there's no degeneracy in other communities? Because you're effed up. That's why.
Why are you saying?
Aren't the men as fucked up in the community as well?
You go with you handle the worst problems first. That's why. It's called logical sequence.
I think financial abortion would just be enough, bro. Me personally, just saying. I don't think we have to go to that extreme to have goddamn concentration camps when motherfuckers doing unoptional work. That what you said?
Yes, unoptional work.
Nah, man, you not. That's why I hate the new age, man. Like motherfuckers just wanted to redefine words.
Y'all better not let SK listen, bro. Listen, I'm telling you right now.
You can have rappers and the whole nine, for entertainment and stuff. And man, we get to do this work and and all this stuff. You can rap about how hard society is and all of the ills of it and how angry you are and how much you gonna bust on this trick and all. You can have all that just as long as you're over there.
I'm telling
and that
y'all,
unoptional work gets done.
I'm telling y'all right now. If y'all hear SKC's voice on the ballot, y'all better vote with all y'all power against him. Because y'all niggas are fucked if y'all let this man get any office. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better let SKC get on the ballot, bro. Like, y'all niggas are done. I'm telling y'all right now, that news is going around y'all niggas next. Well, y'all better,
like J.I. said, man, y'all better appreciate that fairness. Because what he got, That's a no for me, fam.
Listen, Red Pill, I wish y'all all the best of luck. Tomorrow I will be doing the show, and may God have mercy on our souls, but I won't be able to hold back Omnitron from what he might bring upon us with his version.
Oh man, I already know the usual suspect people gonna show up and they gonna say it's crazy, and then you're gonna have these people that are gonna be they're gonna try to flip the script and act like, oh, there's no L's in the black community. I know lots of protected black people, and it's like, okay, so statistics and stuff just doesn't matter. Those are the white man stats. It's like, okay, well, what stats do you use when you go to court and you have to do this and that? Well, I use the white man stats. Well, what stats did you use to graduate college? Well, I use the white man stats. But nobody wants to talk about that. But all of a sudden, when other people do it and use that same information, the same statistics that makes the world go round, oh, that's the white man stats. I know all these arguments, man, and I have counter punches to all of them.
So you already know all their counter jabs. All their moves.
Yeah, we might as well just skip through all of this, man. It's like, go ahead. You're gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. You're gonna retort with this. I'm gonna retort with this. It's like, why don't we just go ahead and get to the real issue? The real issue is that you believe in the religion of black. You're part of the cult. You're part of the cult of black.
I gotta do that
and
one.
You believe that black is good no matter what. That's what it comes to.
Like I said.
So let me show up at the end after the 3 or 4 hours pass by, and everybody said the same tired talking points of this and that.
Now you say they quiet.
And then I'll come in at the end and just present things as they need to be. You guys are lying to yourselves. You're acting as if, oh, there's no crime problem. Man, did you know that right now, with a black female mayor, New Orleans right now is in a crisis. They can't hire cops fast enough, even with $8 million just funded to them. They can't hire them enough. They're at an all-time low. 2 years ago, you had a whole bunch of black people talking about defund the police. Now, New Orleans is now the murder capital of the United States.
I have heard about that, though. I have heard about that.
You knew what was coming.
But I mean, I know they have a situation in Chicago.
93. You niggas knew what was coming.
I don't know, cause like even right now, I know in like Chicago, they have it to where like if you rob and steal like swords and shit, like they'll just let you out like the next day. So I mean,
that's what I'm saying is people knew that this was coming. They seen it before. They seen it in 93.
I will do my best. I will. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna need me a whole pint of goddamn whiskey to get through this shit tomorrow. But
man, you don't need no whiskey for this. You don't need some cocaine.
Fuck you, Megatron. You won't get away with that
shit. Man, you missed a good one, BMT, the other day, bro. You need to come over to Sigma Jones when he does the villain of the month.
Really? Oh man, I gotta go over there.
Damn, man, you didn't miss Megatron. You missed I don't know how many.
There are more of you out there.
How many anime bad guys? You missed Trey's Kush Renata. You man.
Oh hell no!
Yeah.
This is that
Hold on, they feel the same way you feel.
Of course they do. We don't even talk about this stuff. We're on some other stuff. We're talking about games and comics and philosophy.
See, that's now here's the thing. When I be wanting to see, here's the thing, and I just subscribed to Sigma.
A couple of months ago they did Magneto, and then they got into a really good conversation about John Locke and Bacon and their philosophies.
See, that's conversation.
What is it called?
I be wanting that shit, bro. I hate YouTube, bro. I'm stuck in goddamn nigga debates while motherfuckers having cool anime and comic debates. Like, what the fuck? Like I just got,
Yeah,
like
man.
I'll trade all myself for the good shit. Like it's all cool. Cowboy, you're right. Cowboy Bebop. Actually, my son just started watching Cowboy Bebop. Like he's watching it. He actually likes it. Like he actually want to pick up the alto saxophone. So I'm all for him.
Cowboy Bebop. I'm gonna have to look into that, man. I need some
Listen,
animes.
listen, he be watching. Yeah, see, that's the good shit that we talk. We actually like me SKC had a good debate about Trey's Kushanada mindset. See, all this shit that we be talking about, motherfucker, we be talking around motherfuckers' heads and shit when we be talking about this shit. And they be like, what do y'all talk about? I'm like,
dude, Trey, okay. Trey's would fix all of this.
Yeah.
Trey's could fix the black community.
I had to shoot Trey myself before he get too much power. He'd be having motherfuckers do genocide
because the philosophy is the same. You need to show them the worst that it could possibly get in order for them to get right.
I do agree with that, though. I do agree with that.
And what is the worst? And what is the
see.
worst thing that is in black people's mind? Slavery. Show them what real slavery is, and then they get right.
Listen, I mean, the SKC is too revved up and fired up. He's too much, and he actually Megatron finally pulled out, turned into the Magnum. now he's just shooting shots at anybody in the chat. Listen, I ain't gonna have you antagonize my chat. Listen, this is what happens when you start talking about. See, when I start talking about order and accountability. Listen, y'all, I'm not the worst one on the dictatorials. So I be for ballot. When the strong justice consecrators come around, there's a reason why someone's got exiled excommunicado out the face.
Real shit though.
Hey, y'all can't never say BNT. Hey, when I'm about to balance in the other people like, yup, let it burn, BMT, let it all burn. I'm like, no, not yet.
You know,
people still got to get some motherfucking out, man. Like.
People think that I have some type of pleasure in all of this, and that I haven't thought this out over a great many years. Jeez. As if it's just like some I don't know, like a flamboyant position to take, with some sort of avatar personality. It's like no. If you want to go into the thought process behind it and the logic behind it, we can do that. But no one ever gets to that point because we got to go through all of these stupid BS comments about just dumb stuff that people have been arguing over and over and over again because it's the community loop thing.
Yes, I do agree with you because the other day, y'all just let these motherfuckers come back and revert the conversation back to skin color. Like, bruh, now we arguing who black or who not. Like, what the fuck? Y'all let these motherfuckers come back with these same ass talking points.
But derail the whole conversation. That's on purpose. That's on purpose, though, because some of these people, they have been to college. Some of these people, you can put before them, like we could put all of this race stuff out of the door when you say, you know what, we live in the fourth industrial age. People have cell phones and mini computers in their grasp that they use every day. There's this thing called the Human Genome Project. Anybody can Google it and pull it up. It's going to tell you there is no race. They've looked at the DNA. You can't find some DNA code that codes for black. It doesn't exist.
I can agree with that because to be real with you, all of us are mixed race to some point in time, bro. And if we're gonna devolve the conversation back to skin color, that just means y'all don't give a fuck about culture anyway. Because I mean, we literally all black right now, and look what we got.
I'm going to stop this. I won't have this kind of order on my panel.
I'll show up late after all the BS goes through.
Cybertronian
have people that are gonna be going through all this. Oh, we black and we gotta stick together. All the ancestors and you got people that going into all this. What is the substance behind the claim that you're postulating before this club. Well, I'm an Aries, and I just know because the spirits told me, like, get the hell out of here. So I was like, man, I'll wait to the end until people then got tired of all of that BS, and then we can talk about some real stuff.
I'll do my best to stay him back until we have the Cybertronian Council and we can charge J.I. and Megatron for their war crimes against that of the community. I will do what I can to keep him back. Red Pill, don't you listen to his sweet honey nectar words. You'll be trapped.
I gotta agree. He says some good things.
Don't agree with shit.
You got, hey, bro. You gotta let some of these niggas fall. You gotta let these niggas hit hard times for them to realize that shit real, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's how. Okay, all right.
He got some good talking points, but hey, I'm not gonna lie. He can't be in power. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? You want to know how many times they don't listen to goddamn Megatron and Magneto, and their asses always end up on Genosha or in a fucked up position. So all right, y'all go ahead and listen to Megatron if you want. Megatron, hey, listen, he already done told y'all destination. Listen, they already goddamn star screen right there. That nigga right there is already waiting. So they already got a plan for y'all women. He already know. Y'all are not going to be in a first class citizen. Y'all women will be going to second class citizens, and y'all will have pig whores troughs where y'all can get plowed out if J.I. had his way. So y'all be careful. J.I., y'all are done. Lord, I just thought
all these plans sound crazy, man.
Plus, David on the subject is going to be a whole concentration camp meet, scorched earth by the time they are done with the plant. Yep. I'm going to be mad at Megatron. Yep, that's the only thing you can do. I'm not meant to be in power. I'm meant to teach to make money now. Yeah, oh Lord.
Oh, nah, nigga, nah.
I will probably be able to catch it in an hour or two in. And so I said, I'm the reasonable one here, and let's see. Y'all.
I just want accountability for both sides, man. That's all I'm asking for.
What do you think this show was about? That's what this show was about.
It seemed like it went from what his name is again?
Pnb Rock.
Pnb Rock to Black Genocide.
Right. I'm about the guys who jumped on his baby mama, his family, and said that she should get all that smoke and heat and death. Y'all are out of pocket. You feel me? Like that wouldn't even hurt. Like most girls, when they with their man, they take pictures, they do shit. You know what I'm saying? But they proud.
I understand that, but you can't be. You got to know the man that you with. He's a popular dude. Me personally, I would have never been eating inside the Waffle House in LA. Like see, you got to have some brains now. No.
Well, hold on. But see, Red Pill, you forget these people are still people. They're going to still live their life.
No, these are not real people. These aren't regular people. He's in a different class from me.
What do you tell a police officer? A police officer who locks up people, put them in jail, or has a murder case, or goes after the mob or some shit like that. You got to think at some point you got to take off that uniform. You got to go live your life. You see what I'm saying? You listen, bro. I know what it's like.
Bro, the times we live in are different now, bro. You cannot do that, dog.
Listen, man. I'm hearing y'all. I'm hearing y'all, but understand this, man. People are going to live their lives, man. Like they're going to live their lives.
You have to be around people that have something to lose, man. You have to be in like a
fair enough. But see, here's the thing about it. So, but again, the people that he had employed were the ones who took him out. The people he had,
and that's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate that it's happened, you know.
So like I said, J.I., before I wrap it up, J.I. said all y'all that fight against me and my fairness, y'all gonna end up with SKCs of the world. You know.
I would definitely tell y'all agree with J.I. with this financial abortion. I mean,
no, stop that. Don't agree.
Yes.
Well, you guys will see tomorrow for the eugenics versus that of financial abortion discussion. It will be a good one. May God have mercy on my soul for allowing this, and I will see you guys later.
All right, man.